Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, Warband had a nice big meeting. Jeff had a heart-to-heart with Narcia, and you investigated the church. The church is corrupt and full of ghosts.
So, the usual.
Yes. Also, you have noticed that some menial members of the crew are looking drawn, weak, anemic. More so than normal for for Voidborn. The good news is, you did actually complete your first warp jump. The Poison Scorn did not collapse under the weight of its sins, or the weight of Juno's arse. And on...
came close to one of those.
And on the other side, you have sighted pirates. To your... Judging by the disposition of their ships, Casa has opined that they belong to the pirate priest, the Reverend Captain Jacoby Smythe.
Not to ask, how does one call themselves a pirate priest? I feel as if that's a contradiction.
Well, I think being ordained is for life unless they kick you out, so if his superiors haven't actually excommunicated him, he's still a priest. Right, Juno?
That's correct. Although I'm surprised no one's bothered to excommunicate him.
I would be amazed if he's going around calling himself a pirate and he's not.
Perhaps he doesn't call himself a pirate.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. And there's little doubt that he is one, but he probably would describe himself as a liberator, a reforming jihadi, something like that.
Oh look, the church being corrupt again. I've never experienced this before.
Juno squints.
You excluded, Juno. You know you're a special case.
Oh, you're treading on very thin ice, Mr. Heretic.
Not all souls within the church are righteous, of course, but the church itself is the foundation of our Imperium, Amelie. I suggest you keep such opinions to yourself.
Yeah, Amelie, your planet might have been more lenient, especially seeing your social status was quite high towards its opinions, but you say that, even as a joke, in any of the main imperial populations, and you might be stoned to death. They are rather fervent.
That, or they'll rally around you, lift you onto their shoulders and call you a saint for decrying the corrupt priests. It's a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, actually. But then a massive riot is going to start and we're going to get caught up in it and Actually, that sounds fun. We should do that a couple of times.
Considering I'm best buddies with Juno, I have a feeling I know which 50 that would land on.
I should requisition a couple of tear gas grenades. Do we have tear gas?
I have smoke.
I won't do. But it's a good start.
I think I still got 1 or 2 choke grenades in my pack, but don't have many.
Well, it's not like we're actually going to find ourselves in the middle of a riot. But it's always good to be prepared.
I can't wait until somehow the warp inevitably transfers us into the middle of a riot just to prove your words wrong.
I don't
The-
even have a reply to that.
The most likely way that would happen would be if we were becalmed in a storm and the food stocks ran out. We would get our very own riot from the lower decks.
Well, either way, I forget. What exactly did we have left to do? We finally managed our first jump. Don't tell me we have another one.
Well, we have potentially several. It depends on how this meeting with the pirates goes.
No, we're going to be out in the stars for eons.
Well,
Forever and ever.
the route we passed could very well take a year if we're unlucky. But I'm sure it won't come to that. We have a way of bumbling right into the hornet's nest every single time. Indeed, I suppose we're lucky to an extent that we found pirates dead ahead right after our first jump.
I suppose we're lucky we found pirates and not, I don't know, some strange form of new alien pirates that are interwebbed in some conspiracy.
Well,
At least then they would have been
Xenos do have
aliens.
pirates. Oh my god, now you mention that. If we find Eldar Crossers, that's gonna be very, very funny. But for all the wrong reasons.
It would be funny for a few minutes until we're dead. I don't think this ship has the capability of defending against Eldar. We'll be lucky if we could take one of those pirate ships.
I would give us decent chances, not to win, but to stay in the fight long enough for an emergency jump.
That's a good
I
point.
could always.
Should have our helm make any necessary calculations for an emergency jump while we have the chance. Get a destination picked out. Reminds me, I need to talk to the Navigator at some point.
Indeed. With the changing tides, she will not be able to lay in a course more than an hour or two in advance.
Well, we'll have her get ready just before we make contact. Things go immediately south, we can hop away as fast as possible.
Augie nods in agreement. Yeah. Off in the distance, 2 of the 3 pirate ships over that over the planet ahead start to burn their engines, slowly creeping out of orbit and to an intercept course.
Ah, good. Let's just head straight for them. I doubt they'll think we're much of a threat.
Any hails?
Believe we're out of range for now.
Indeed. We could only receive recorded messages. We will need at least 12 hours before we can start talking.
Right then.
Well, we've all had an eventful couple of days. Let's take those 12 hours to get some rest and prepare.
Indeed. And it will be a further 2 days before we make an intercept proper.
Plenty of time for things to go on.
Say again?
Oh, nothing. That doesn't. I was
Don't
saying
jinx
plenty
us.
of time. Plenty of time for things to go wrong. Oh, 2 days. I'm going to go relax and I suppose prepare.
2 lovely days.
Alright. So, over those couple of days, what are people going to do?
Do they not send any communique at that 12-hour mark?
Not at that stage. You'll get one after 24 hours or so. Augie slightly overestimated the range of the pirates' comm array.
Of course. He's used to the actual competent part of the Imperial Navy. Oh, this is the perfect opportunity for me to sit in the corner and be a massive edgelord. Right, who will be my first victim? Perfect. Baltus, come here.
I'm confused with what's happening.
If I'm reading the context correctly, I believe Narcia is going to edge Baltus?
Sweet.
No.
I mean,
The only reason why I'm trying to find excuses to stay close to Baltus is in case another fucking demon pops out. I'm close to the fucking Psyker.
It's like
The other ship's haunted.
the Psychers were the demons most likely to go.
Exactly. But he's also like the only one able to kill them because he uses his mind instead of his bullets. Baltus.
mm-hmm.
Remember when we were at that one planet? The Mechanicus one. The one that Juno got to pilot at night.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Before that point, have you actually ever been in the battlefield before?
Define battlefield.
Well, you know, Warzone. Like actual Warzone, not just the lore sections of a hive.
Uh,
No, the kind of place where Imperial Guard would get deployed.
Yeah, I guess actually, I was working as a weird vein psyker with the Armageddon orc hunters.
Ah, you were in the choir, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Fun times.
Most of my family is, though not specifically on that planet.
God. You know, the thing I realize when I'm in space, the thing that worries me the most about ships, it's it's the silence, it's the lack of noise. When you're not in a place actively worked on by ship hands, it's just you and your thoughts and that annoying buzzing in your ear, which I don't get anymore, because Nord caved in my skull, and I got cybernetic ears. But before that point, I remember the quiet times after a battle. You just sit there, and the adrenaline would start slowly draining out of you, and you hear that annoying buzzing.
If you're tired of the quiet, you could always just bunk next to Juno's room. I can practically hear them across the ship every night.
You can, because you haven't had to endure artillery bombardments.
That and the enhanced ears.
After a couple of years, your fucking hearing will start giving out, and then you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And depending on what kind of horrors you witness, you'll see that it's not so much the noise of the battlefield. It's going to be keeping people up. It's going to be the silence, the aftermath, chilling, buzzing. Part of me kind of misses it.
Well, from my experience, usually you wake up after a bombardment. That usually means either something's gone wrong, or essentially you're about to be attacked, one way or the other, or you're about to go over the top.
I mean, I probably would if I was with the frontline regiment. I was running logistics in a command bunker. Now, you say command bunker. I shouldn't be anywhere near artillery bombardments. And that's where the second part of your hypothesis comes in. Something has gone terribly wrong. Something had gone terribly wrong. You willing to throw a guess at what went terribly wrong?
The orc sneak attack?
There was a sneak attack, but this time, surprisingly, it wasn't orcs. At least, not just orcs.
Mm-hmm.
See, my familiarization with the Tau grew on that planet. The local commander lost his son in a surgical attack. Tau stealth technology, very nasty. And in a fit of apoplectic rage, he decided to, since we couldn't locate where our forces were shot from, just bombard everything. Get every single battery, both in orbit and on the ground, to just completely scour the area. A gripping bombardment that would eclipse that entire continent, actually.
Basically a glassing.
Yeah, no, they glassed 13% of that planet. It was a horrific waste of munitions, all things considered. But whatever helps him sleep at night. I think we got the Tau at the end, though, so, results. That's all that matters. Results. Well, I think we just ran out of ammo after a point. Yeah, Commissar executed him and ordered the blast halted. I never actually found out what happened to that commander, but I assume that horrific waste of ammunition was not good for his career. When you can't see someone because it's invisible, you don't just start carpeting the entire planet until you get rid of them. I mean, that works for orcs and Tyranids, but not really for Tau.
Yeah, they're usually from what I understand, don't they mostly stay in like small little groups?
Yes, but I don't think that commander got that memo. And I sent him a number of memos. Oh well, that's a story for another time. Imperial incompetence, if we were to sit down and just recount on it, we'd be here all day. Baltus, have you actually met our Eldar Stowaway?
To be honest, from all the stories you've told, Narcia, I sometimes wonder how many of those officers of yours can even read.
You'd be surprised.
Which does not sound like the Imperium has exactly competent staff.
Well, see, some of them can read. In a legal sense, they are qualified to read. Although, you might be surprised that qualification doesn't give them miraculously the ability to read. Some others can read, are very, very... You see them from the distance, okay? With their uniforms, strutting about in the trenches. Very good behind the desk, but the moment they actually have to go in a fight, not so much.
So what you're saying is that most of your commanders are uneducated.
Yeah, our commanders basically inherit the job as a family status. We don't give it. Most planets don't give it through merit. Up until things go very badly and the commissariat gets involved.
Oh, I understand that now.
And they kind of have to do it because if they don't, the political elite of that planet is going to throw a fit and then entirely different agencies going to get involved. Rebellions happen. You have to appease the nobles, but appeasing the nobles means you get a lot of incompetent staff.
Meanwhile, Baltus just sort of like,
There's the noble in the group.
Yeah.
I mean...
God, everyone's a noble but me. No offense.
Oh, what are you talking about?
None taken. None taken.
I assume if you're not talking crap about the aristocracy, you're just not paying attention. Other than my mother, there were a bunch of incompetent ingrates most of the time. I had to beat them into shape to get anything done.
Emily, you horrify me sometimes.
Why do you think my mother is such a competent swordswoman? When those knuckleheads wouldn't listen to her, she had to take charge by force.
I believe the Catachans follow the same doctrine.
In Catachan, I mean, even if they didn't follow the doctrine, you wouldn't live long enough. The planet itself would make sure that your incompetency would be filtered out.
Yeah, that's also accurate.
Actually, come to think of it, most of the warband is of noble blood, isn't it?
I suppose so. I haven't really thought about it.
No. It's me, Juno, and Emily, technically.
I mean, I've always been a black sheep amongst nobility, but to be honest, now that I think about it, the rest of you are also weirdos.
You're not wrong.
What? I'm not a weirdo.
Record stop. Everyone looks at Baltus.
You say that, but you're a psyker.
You want to repeat that again?
Okay, I'm a weirdo amongst psychers. How about that?
Okay.
That is
now,
weird.
let's take it a step back. What is considered normal?
Okay. I assume whatever the most people are doing.
Grab Jeff real quick.
So, what can I do for you?
You need a measure stick for normal.
You realise I'm a stormtrooper, right? Like, Scholar Progenium trained, Valkyrie jumping, Glory Boy.
Yeah, but before that,
He was in training to be that from the Scala.
sure, in the Scala you had some PDF goons you could scoff at.
I guess.
Baltus and Jeff, the most down to earth people in the party.
Are normals literate? Because if we go normalcy, with the terms of normalcy, as to what would be most commonly found in humanity, a normal wouldn't be able to read, wouldn't be able to write, he wouldn't really have a good grasp of numbers, and very poor hygiene.
I don't know about that, boss. Normal. You only really get normal for one given world. Like, Imperium's too big, and everything's too different to talk about just a normal person in a meaningful way. Like, what you're describing, that's pretty normal for a hiver. Like, they know how to read their their building numbers and, well, at least recognise their building numbers and signages to work, and they can count steps and ration bars, but actually up to our standard now, wouldn't call them literate or numerate.
Wait a second. What if by being so strange from each one of our unique planets, we're actually just the galaxy's version of normal?
Hmm.
What is 6 degrees of success tell you what normal is?
Why? This is
My logic tells me this is a very stupid conversation, but a great time killer.
yeah.
To be fair, I feel like if they have that conversation in Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k, a lot of things might get fixed. What is a normal response to this situation? Is it to exterminate an entire planet, or is it to talk and discuss the situation?
And we realize there's no such thing as normal, and we're arguing semantics.
And then we nuke the planet.
Yes, we nuke the planet regardless at the end. Just drop a moon on it, but we have a good time while doing it.
Yes.
Yes, did you have any more to say on that, or we get to end scene?
Actually, one thing before I end the scene, where's Eclectic during all this? It's just creepily stalking in the shadows.
With
Oh my
Eloa.
gosh. Thankfully, it was covered for me.
Because she did sneak up on me already once. We're gonna just paranoid. Okay, she's not there. She's with Eloa. Perfect.
Oh, she gives you a stealth hug the one time.
Yes, and now I'm paranoid that every time I look over my shoulder, she's gonna be there.
Come on, if you worry about all the things you don't notice in life daily, you have to be afraid of everything.
I'm not really worried, because if she wanted to kill me, much like if you want to kill me, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it, so I just accept my fate.
That's quicker talk.
If you, Jeff, eclectic, I suppose that would be how you translate that name in Gothic. If any of you decided randomly at some point that you went to sneak around the ship and murder me, nothing short of running around in a sentinel would allow me to survive more than 6 seconds.
Of course, I'm supposed to think that because I'm supposed to be confident in myself. You're supposed to be confident in yourself. So even if that's the truth, you're supposed to want to try and resist because it's your life. And you're
Look,
not going to lose it.
I'm confident when it comes to paperwork, logistics, navigating the whole imperial bureaucracy, and looking intimidating in front of cameras. When it comes to combat, I am better than your average Imperial Guard, but that's not my thing.
Well, if you say so.
I witnessed you disembowel a space marine during a training exercise. With a training sword.
Frankly, I'm surprised. I think more people could do it if they simply set their mind to it.
Yeah, probably. But it still doesn't change the fact that out of all the people I know, only you, and I guess Graves, your master, would be capable of such a feat.
Well, either way, I'm going to go loiter around now until a few days pass. Probably need to go check on Eclectic again. I was supposed to be doing that now, but I completely forgot.
You go do that. I will actually go sleep. I think I forgot to do that again.
You tend to do that quite a lot.
Well, I might need to go get my brain implants checked.
Try not to die, Nazi.
Yeah, have a good one.
So, who has a thing they want to do next? Juno, I believe you wanted to go and talk to the Navigator.
Sure. No one else has stuff to do. I'll go ahead.
Alright. Yes. The Navigator's tower is little distance forward of the bridge, and, well, it is exceedingly luxurious. Every throne that was saved on the Gellerfield has probably been spent in here on a carpeting, and then again on a sofa, and then again on just one chair, and there are at least a dozen really nice poofy chairs.
Alright. I need to make best friends with this person so I can stay here. Because this place rocks.
Yes. And it's similar to, well, it's only a little bit nicer than your captain's quarters.
That's what you see. Now I can have a second place I can go that's not full of poor.
Well, the Navis Nobilite are the richest organization in the Imperium, and one of the most influential. They and the Mechanicus regularly have dick measuring contests as to who can buy the fanciest toy. And of the Navigator herself, though, She does not look to be enjoying the creature comforts. She is drawn. Even with your soul sight, you can just see fatigue hanging on her, and her soul, it burns brightly, is tightly wound or compressed, and exhaustion apparent. But she makes the effort to see you, and just as you have done yourself up, so has she. Captain, you asked to see me.
I did, yes. Thank you for making the time. I wish I could have come sooner, but I was quite occupied getting the ship able to fly at all.
I appreciate your efforts, and the fact that they gave me time to recover. This journey is not one I would suggest you make again.
Yes, I understood from the astropaths that this had become a much more straining endeavor than expected.
There were times when his holy light faded altogether. But they did not last over long, and I have brought us here safely.
That I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Indeed, that is why I've come. If there is anything I or the crew can do to make this more bearable for you, please let us know with all haste. Well, we will have to jump at least 1 or 2 more times in the Grail Dark.
Well, I hope whatever it is you are looking for here, it can be of some help. I do not believe the Astronomicon. I do not believe it faded naturally. There were glimpses, at times, of some great predator that is following us. I believe its attention blocked the light.
A great
But I cannot.
predator.
Some inhabitant of the other sea, maybe a void whale or a kraken, or if we are cursed, one of the Neverborn.
Juno's mouth draws tight for a moment. I see. It is troublesome. Are you
Indeed.
aware of the gunfight that happened on the ship during our transit? The brain amalgam.
Your partner gave provided me a small... well, your partner, Lord Lupus, he sent me a data pad with, in this, the preliminary briefing on what occurred.
Once that beast was dispatched, I don't suppose the Astronomicon became easier to follow.
No. No. The ship itself became more responsive. The path was clearer and the helm was better able to follow the directions, but that battle made little difference on the light. I suppose there was a brief time when the Predator's attention faded, but it returned.
Was that moment concurrent with the fight, or earlier?
After.
After.
It was a few hours after that the attention returned, and our pursuer endangered us once more.
Out of character, what event lines up with a couple of hours after the brain fight? This was eclectic, yeah.
You turned her back on.
But it came back after. Alright, so what we need to do is just flip Eclectic's on-off switch every couple of hours while we're in the war. General's tap her chin, thinking of Eclectic and how that might have impacted things. I see. Well, I will do what I can to try and repeat circumstances if possible, but I'm not sure what I can do about pursuer from beyond. This ship, unfortunately, seems like it's cursed from port to starboard, bow to stern. Every corridor unveils some new evil that's crept into the steel.
Oh, assuredly. There is a great evil on this vessel. But I think you have made some progress in defeating it. At least the engineers and prow themselves no longer fight against the safe passage. That is giving too much credit to the machine spirit. It was simply stubborn.
Well, I will do all that I can to shake out the rest of our systems. In the meantime, and I mean no offense, but you look quite tired. Well, if we can avoid a confrontation with the pirates in the system, I'll give you as much time to rest as I can.
I would appreciate that, Captain. In truth, unless the pirates such a danger that it would risk this vessel's destruction, I would insist I have at least a full week of meditation. Otherwise, a few trips like that back to back, it would kill me.
Understood. Right. Unless we end up in a knife fight with 3 frigates, I'll make sure we take as much time as we can then.
If we do, and we win, perhaps there is some lesser cousin of mine imprisoned on one of their ships. Can liberate them and share the burden.
That's true. I had thought about something similar. Ideally, when this is all done, we'll be taking possession of several pirate ships who no doubt have some poor navigator. Although this is a finely appointed room, truth be told, if we do secure a victory against the pirates, I'm half tempted to send this ship into the sun and just take theirs entirely.
I do not blame you. But who knows? I cannot say what it is that has caught that predator's attention. If we do switch, you'll have to be careful not to bring it.
Yes, I suppose that's true. It could be looking for someone rather than something.
You burn as bright as Sir Corbec, I must say. If I were a soul-eating fiend from the pits of hell, I would definitely be after the pair of you.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true enough. I will take care not to allow such things to get a hold of either of us. That's a grim thought. But yes, if there's anything you need or any consideration for your health while we're on this trip, please do not hesitate. We will be quite stuck without you.
I will inform you as much as I am able. Maybe times though that the ordeals of the warp prevent me from communicating.
And I will be as mindful as I can be. And thank you for your time. I shan't keep you further.
Thank you, Captain. Emperor's blessings go with you against these pirates.
And I'll watch over you. Juno will offer a hand for shake.
She will reach out and take it.
Alright. She seems nice. I hope we don't hemorrhage her to death.
Who knows?
I imagine you have an idea.
I mean, I just know that it's possible. You also now know that it's possible. It ultimately mostly comes down to your choices and partly to dice.
Yay. Actually, is there another navigator on the ship? Like, what happened to the ship's navigator? Because Augie brought this lady, right?
He did, yes. While yeah, while the ship does have a technically a navigator, he is a bit shit.
got the bargain basement navigator.
Yeah, he can read warp charts, determine whether or not to go a certain way, and communicate and look at the Astronomicon for a bit. He's not a very good one. He is serviceable. You do not want just serviceable for this sort of journey.
No, but he is still on the ship though. Like if this navigator burns out, we have a backup just in case, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you are not immediately in the. And this is the fun chart of what happens when you try to navigate the warp without a navigator.
Yay!
God, no.
Look, I'm sure there's a possibility that we just end up near the nearest like horrible chaos gate, which turns out is probably our destination anyway. So it could just work out, right? Right?
Yeah. There's also a possibility that you are lost in the warp forever and will die, or
Yay!
you emerge 500 years on either side.
Hey, if we get the in the future part, then at least we'll get to see Rowboat.
You probably won't. He will
Oh,
probably have died by then.
nah, Rowboat's immortal. It'll be fine.
The Imperium will have almost certainly failed at that point.
I mean, that's what they say every couple hundred years, and it still just keeps trucking on.
At the very least, your bit of the Imperium would have completely failed. The
Oh yeah, I
Gothic
mean,
sector is
the
in the
Gothic
middle of
sector's fucked,
Nihilus.
but that's fine. this sector is shit anyway. We're better off without it, frankly.
Thank God, this sector's shit anyways.
Oh Jesus. We should really try not to fail or get lost in the warp for 500 years or any years. Really, any time travel forward is bad. Like
I mean,
immensely.
generally,
Well,
what did I miss? Why is it worse now?
well, clearly, what happens is that you go 500 years into the past a couple of times, and then after hormone therapy, Amelie becomes Mayor, and the game starts again.
I mean, I'd believe it, and B, then Juno can go cause a time paradox and save her planet, so everything works out.
I can't believe you spoiled the twist early, Merz. We were planning for that for years.
I gotta go let my dog out. BRB.
Sure. So, did anyone else have anything they needed to do? Eloa, I believe you were grabbing Eclectic for something, but I don't know if that's a thing you need to play out at all.
You're the only one who can save her immortal soul from Slanesh.
Fair enough.
Well, we're in real space right now, though, right?
You are, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because I missed the last part of the session. Did we? It said someone just captured the guy possessed by Ro.
Yes, and then Juno shot him in the neck.
Well, but
It's fine.
You
I
want
solved the
to
problem.
torture him first?
Are you sure that solved the problem?
No.
Okay, Ro.
Yet.
Okay, I know how Ro is. That sort of makes
Listen,
sense.
Ro is clinging, but that's not our biggest problem right now. We have a very ancient vessel for an elder soul, and we know there is a fucking Slanesh demon prancing about the ship.
Yeah, sort of convenient on that, huh?
Now we might know why she's prancing around the ship. Because elder souls, Slanesh eats them.
Mm-hmm. And it's broke too, if I remember.
There were two inside of her. One was broken, the other was intact and clearly filled.
You know, well, then again, out of character. Does anyone have Eldar lore?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
because I have all the lore.
Okay, does the Eldar sword only go in one stone, or can
It's
it
not,
be like
her brain is. Sorry, go ahead.
can Eldar souls be stored in one stone, or can it be stored in multiple stones?
And as far as I've ever read, there are there are only ever one soul per one thing because of how certain Eldar warframes and whatever they're called are made. But remember, this is 40k, but in like what's it called? Only War. It also describes them as only being slapped into one soul.
Usually, there's a couple times when it's like spread through multiples.
So they natively go fully
One
into
to one.
one.
Yeah.
But you can then get some Infinity Circuit shenanigans and not all be in one place at once if necessary. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, I just remember one like prince had it split it between three.
To be fair, if that's the prince I'm thinking of, his soul is also currently being eaten by his sword.
I think that's the accurate.
Fulgrim?
Iriel, the Corsair prince.
Ah, that guy. Yeah, no, there are a lot of swords that do that.
It's
Swords are fucking evil.
No.
Yes.
Don't.
I'm up to those swords. I remember. If it was in character knowledge, I'd be fucking grilling Emily over that. But it's not. So I'm keeping it in my pants.
Did you, Narcy, did you send the information via, what's it called, Technolingua to Eloa?
Officer requested for it, yes.
About specifically the Slanesh demon. I don't think Eloa was there for that. She's currently fixing everything.
Only Juno knows that right now.
Yeah, the thing
Okay.
is, I'm not aware of the Slanesh demon, which is why I'm not more actively looking into eclectic.
All right, we need to go and hunt down some cultists. Right, that's a good. Thanks, guys.
Narcia doesn't know the extent of how fucked everything is because Juno has kept it to herself unwisely enough. I would not react calmly to this.
Believe it or not, Stray, the player, actually really likes Eclectic, and Eloa, the robot, is incredibly Eloa, the robot lady, is incredibly fascinated by her because, well, Eclectic is what she wants to be.
And that's she doesn't get the airlock. Wonderful how that works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, quest for knowledge. It's way more important that we figure it out so I can do it to myself.
Yeah. Wait. Well, no, okay. Okay. I know the Mechanicus have both Soulstone-ish technology and the fucking homunculus cloning technology as well. Literally at their disposal. But that's out of character.
Yes, I mean, Eloa would know of that in character, but probably not to a degree to do it herself yet. But
Yeah. Anyway. So, anyone want to go hunting down cultists? I got nothing. So, and since we're in real space, I don't have to worry so much about my wife. So she can go hang with Juno or
She could actually just be alone for a little while. Now they're in real space.
After I'm done getting my sleep, yes, I guess I can go back to being an Inquisitor. Playing ship captain for a while was fun, though. I could just sit in my ass and tell other people to do things.
How is Renault's armor coming along anyway?
it's more or less up to combat readiness.
Good. Noted.
Not wholly up to factory spec, but pretty damn close, thanks to Eloa being the one overseeing the bears and being a master flipping engine seer.
I know, yeah.
It's an actual Magos at this point.
Magos Plus. Well.
So, hunting down cultists?
That's
Oh yes,
yeah,
fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I know that was my suggestion, but that's only because I actually have nothing to do.
So wait,
It's a
you're telling me
valid thing
that
to go do.
out of boredom, completely out of boredom, you want to go hunt down some cultists?
Basically.
You son of a bitch, I'm in.
I mean, how easy could it be? Surely they're not just like all hanging out in like one group. Surely they're not obvious enough for us to actually find them, right?
I actually have no idea, but after our little exploration of that church, I don't know.
That was a ghosty. Lot less scary than than that demon possessed
No,
servitor.
it certainly wasn't as bad as the brain, but I just assume at this point that everything at the ship is tainted to a degree.
Merzendi, may I make a really quick depths of knowledge check to see if this is anything like Necrodermis? Because her body seems to be completely made from human components except for the soul stones. Or would that not be something that I could surmise at this point?
You can, you can make a Forbidden Law Necron roll, I guess.
Difficulty, please.
+0.
Barely.
Right? Yes. The mechanical horrors, the Necrons, they have similar capabilities in that they are metallic and able to reshape their bodies to various degrees. However, the Necrons have only been discovered this millennium, whereas Eclectic, her creation certainly predates that.
Interesting.
Yes, it does seem like it could be a human-made facsimile of Necrodermis, but surely the timeline doesn't add up.
Unless a Forge world was based on a Tomb world, and then the Forge world didn't tell anybody about it. I mean, no Forge world would ever do that.
That'd be
No.
crazy.
Yeah, no.
Please ignore the metal dragon under the Labyrinth of Night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is there heresy here? It smells like heresy.
Yes. So, my guys, what specific type of cultist are you looking for, and how are you trying to find them?
Well, I actually have at least some cursory knowledge of chaos cults, and I remember the symbol of Slanesh.
Yes, we tried to infiltrate a cult of Slanesh by letting Amelie talk to him for 5 minutes.
Do you really think it'd be too on the nose if we just look for the closest BDSM club? Nah. Yeah, that wouldn't be that obvious.
I mean, to be fair,
Or
if you
would
go
they?
around searching for BDSM, you're just gonna end up in Juno's room.
That, or just the ship's disciplinarium.
I
You
mean,
know,
like I said,
you
that's
say it as a joke, but it
Juno's room
still
now.
wouldn't be such a bad idea to drop by.
To Juno's room, or
No, the disciplinarium. Of course not Juno's room. If Juno is the Viking demon, then I just give up.
I mean, the joke
I
was that
can't
the
deal with that.
disciplinarian is also in Juno's room, but that is a joke. Mostly. Unless Augie asks.
God.
Juno is a bad girl, after all.
sure, you can head down there. Roll me. Yeah, roll me a D100, please, Snips.
Oh boy!
Okay. The disciplinarium is currently empty, save for a handless corpse that is being held up. A little sign around its neck is written in the ship's cant and reads "Ration Thief."
Ah, feels like home. I see everything is in order here.
I thought you grew up in an office.
Well, I grew up in the tube, but outside of the tube, the world was very colorful.
Well, I suppose stabbing people over stolen food is universal.
It really is when you think about it. So, let's have a look at the records real quick. It's good to have them, just in case.
Sure.
I assume they're timestamps.
Timestamps, that's an interesting turn of phrase. Yeah, these are not digitized in any way. The form of the records is a great big black book. There is no inkwell, however there is a quill. On examination of the quill, Narcia, you can see it contains a needle. And indeed, all of the entries are written in reddish, brown, black. Yes. Blood.
Okay, Merz. This is by far the coolest autoquill I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm gonna make a mental note to pick one of these up in the future.
I'm not sure this qualifies as an auto quill, but
Hey, we put it auto. It's a marketing ploy. It sells better when the auto is in front, okay? It's like saying extreme pen.
yeah, there
Remember
you
back in
go.
the
It's an
80s when they just put
extreme
extreme in front
pen.
of everything? It's not just a pen, it's an extreme plan. It requires the blood of the innocent in order to function. And the guilty alike. Perfect.
Now we're playing with Warhammer.
No, play Warhammer. Flip through the pages real quick. Because I have memorandums influence, this might help in the future.
Yes. There are many various accounts of people being punished. The lowest punishment appears to be a single lash. And the highest are various forms of execution, including, in one notable instance, an entire department being lashed upon the back till they breathe no more.
Ow.
Of course.
The crime that particular department committed was misloading of a was misloading of a cargo container.
A measured response, I see. You know, even I think some of these are maybe a little bit too extreme, but when you're dealing with such incompetency, anything's possible.
You'd think if they were extremely incompetent, they wouldn't be punishing people who fucked up this badly, but yeah.
And, one of the other things that makes that especially notable is that normally when someone misloads a cargo container, it's just them that
Yeah, it's
gets
not a whole
executed.
department.
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting to think this is some extreme form of sadomasochism, or at least sadism, and that can be something you'd find in a Slaneshi cult. Like, I could just execute one guy to make an example of him, or I could go out of my way and execute all of them on the flimsiest excuse just to get my jollies off.
Yeah.
So yeah, why don't you speak with this man? Where's the man in charge of maintaining discipline right now? He's not around,
Well,
is
no, as I said, the disciplinarium is empty. But also to note, this book is very, very big. It does not look like they ever changed books since they installed a disciplinarium. And this particular entry is several hundred years ago.
Well, the ship has been fucked forever, so.
he? There's a number of things that could be happening here. But this corpse seems relatively fresh.
Indeed, no more than an hour, most likely.
Narcia's angry because they're absolute. Okay, this is good. This is good for maintaining discipline, but this is bad because this man has no dates, no timestamps, no digital backups. What's the book cover made out of? It's leather, isn't it?
No. It appears to be cardboard painted and treated to look like leather.
Okay, that's at least one thing off my mind. Gonna have to have a talk with this man. Baltus! Buddy! My friend! My comrade in arms! Have you found anything? Or have you still just been looking at the corpse this entire time? No?
Bob?
What?
So while Narcia was looking over the big book of punishments, what were you doing?
You could throw assignations. This could be cursed as fuck.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So this is this are we out? Well, I assume Narcy's on the inside, right, of the office.
But yeah, I'm probably in here with me.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's empty. There's just a corpse with no hands because he was caught stealing rations.
That's
Most hideous of crimes, I know.
Hmm.
Good thing to cut off his arms and hang him upside down.
okay.
Since this guy doesn't keep any decent digital records, the only way I can actually find out about this shipping mass execution incident would be to ask him. I don't assume I'd have any records, any reference I could ship records. They wouldn't label them. They wouldn't fucking log a mislabeling in the ship records, would they?
Maybe I don't know. Okay. Well, I was definitely more on the lookout for more like little special symbols that like may or may not be like hide out this way. But
Also, you know, assignations.
sure, I'll throw a side instance. What would I even be looking for? The demon corruption?
Yes, that would be an excellent start.
Okay, I'll see if I smell a demon.
Plus
Yes,
10 on
literally
the
can.
test.
Okay.
Alright. So, you open your third nostril and take a warpy whiff.
Oh my god. That almost came out my nose. God.
I'm sorry. Yes. It is not quite strong enough to be a demon, but there is a taint to the air, corruptive, sweet. A darkness has assuredly been here.
Is it similar to the thing the astropaths had following them?
Oh, yes.
Oh. Hmm.
It seems, well, that you caught it in the moment. Here it is the aftermath, but it seems very much the same.
Huh. Hmm.
And if you wanted to then look around for symbols, I will give you a plus 30 because, yeah, you have. Your Sinesience is going to have helped there quite a bit. That would be scrutiny.
Okay, let's see.
Alright. There are none up near the lectern with the black book, or even on the podium where the body is displayed. But looking around towards the edges of the room in a couple of the areas where people would gather to watch the executions or punishments, be able to find just shallowly engraved into shallowly engraved into the railings and the chairs, little marks that make a patterns that make a symbol. A symbol you have seen quite recently. A symbol of the Dark Prince. Looking at it looking around it in detail, can see as well. This wasn't carved by any tools. Little bits of blood and torn fingernails. Someone just clawed this into the metal of the railing.
I'm not getting a response, Baltus, and I'm starting to become concerned.
Wait, where? I got lost there in a minute after the shallow engravings upon the pulp where they were.
Someone clawed symbols of Slanesh into the fucking wall. That's how good of a time that we're having.
Yes.
The spectators that were watching the executions were fucking getting off of this shit.
What the fuck?
Yes, and they carved them in with their fingernails into metal.
Yes. My dude, do you see this? Do you see this? I can understand why Baltus would be taken aback after seeing this, and why he'd need a moment. Which is why when Narcia sees that you are not really responsive, she's just gonna walk over and see for herself and
Look.
realize why you're being so silent.
He just.
Oh,
What?
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the crew has been indeed indulging in some. Remember when I said, no, this couldn't possibly be so easy. We can't just go to the closest equivalent to BDSM club and actually find this. But no,
No, yeah, here we are. Like,
chaos.
hmm.
Jeez, I wonder why they keep losing their wars.
we did.
No, this is the disciplinarian.
Yes, it's
Yeah, the BDSM club.
yes, exactly. What do you think I said?
Well, at least I got my Juno being here joke in early.
Did.
Yes. Uh,
So, Baltus,
hmm.
let me just get a good look at this real quick. Memorance implants are wonderful.
You're probably gonna have to burn those. Yeah, there's also
No, Baltus. We're not burning anything yet. We're gonna walk out of here like we didn't see anything. And we're gonna get some poor idiot to get disciplined. So that way, when everyone gathers to watch the spectacle, then the burning will commence. Now, let's come head out the door. We're very satisfied, in case anyone asks who the way the ship has been run. And so is the captain.
well, I don't think we gotta worry about that anymore.
I mean, like the actual captain, not the shipmaster.
Yeah.
So, let's be off. No, Merz, here comes the fun part. Remember my good old friend, Ferris Man? I told him he'd move up in the world?
Yes.
Let's get in contact with Ferris Man. He's gonna be my fall guy. Of course, he's not actually gonna fall. Like, at least, oh my god, wait, before we actually do anything with Ferris Man, give him a good scan to see if he's... Actually, no, you know what?
Have
No.
him
We
pick
can
out
just rub a fucking corruption detector and everything.
have him pick out someone he really doesn't like to get disciplined.
Yeah, exactly. I'll get in contact with Ferris Man and start setting up my big plan, which is get someone or a department of someone's to get disciplined, then just burn the whole thing down when everyone gathers. Of course, before I contact Ferris Man, I will let our captain know of my little plan. Juno?
Narcia.
I remember the... Wait, did I even mention that me and Baltus were gonna go and deal with the cult thing?
No.
Well, lovely news. We're dealing with a cult thing.
Good.
Even better
Glad someone
news.
stepped up to it.
Even better news. We've made good progress, like the good inquisitorial agents we are.
Oh, good.
The-
Excellent.
As I suspected, this specific cult we're dealing with happens to have certain tendencies, and they are, rather predictably, indulging said tendencies.
What does that mean?
Discipline. Well, the disciplinarium of the ship. You know how people are disciplined upon the ship, right?
Yes.
When someone fucks up, when someone steals, hands get cut off. When someone fucks, they get whipped. Sometimes they get whipped to death. Yeah, so certain people derive sexual pleasure out of torturing people, sometimes torturing them to death. And,
What? Who would do something like that? That's abominable.
well, Juno,
Yes.
the thing is, when they do it, When they do it, Juno, they do it in the name of the dark gods. When you and I do it, we do it in the name of the Emperor. Very different.
Yes, of course.
Look at me like that.
I'm not looking at anybody like anything. What are you talking? I don't know what you're implying, Narcy.
Yes, of course. But basically, I have found sufficient evidence and deduced that that is one of these cults, at least, because there might be more branches of it. One of their main gathering grounds. So, you get some men together, and I'll get a worker to become the next entertainment. And we'll get them where they're all in the same place.
And that is the disciplinarian?
Yes, everyone's gonna gather. They're gonna gather in their little fucking orgy pile, start murdering people, torturing people to death, and then we're gonna kick in and burn everyone. Simple. Easy peasy.
So you're saying the ship's disciplinarian is some sort of chaos cult pet?
Yes, absolutely. I'd give you more details, but none of our comms. I know the comms are secure, it's just stuff not good for your soul. Trust me.
Yes, of course. Why don't you come up to my quarters? You can brief me in full then.
Oh my god, Juno.
Yeah.
The Emperor's
dude.
name.
What?
I want to.
Yes, I will come and brief you fully. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Then we can talk about your plan. Set that in motion. Whatever that may end up being.
I turn off my comms. Baltus?
So,
What a lovely day we're having upon the ship.
so I don't think this is their favorite meetup spot.
No, it's not. They obviously have others, but I see where you're going with this. Instead of just burning them all while they're here, trace them. See where else they break off. See what members of the crew have been afflicted. And start following them one by one. And after we made all the connections, then burn them.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well, at the very least, we should see if we could find maybe a way to sort of trace that demon taint. There's this thing that just hovers around. The demon's a good enough word. That just sort of, I don't know if it forces people into doing stuff to feed it, or if it's just waiting for people to do stupid stuff and then it just sort of like feeds into that. Because it's almost the exact same thing that happened. The same thing that happened here is very, very, very similar to what happened with the astropaths earlier.
I think it's mutual in a way. The humanity indulges in its vices, in its many, many vices, in rather extensive ways. They get to feel all sorts of good feelings as dopamine is pumped into their brains, and the demon gets to share those feelings. Very much is neutral in that regard.
But to be so excited over just seeing another dude just...
Oh, they don't just see, they join in. The audience joins in. Remember those fingernails? That someone scraped that thing into the metal bulkheads. That person no longer has fingernails. That person probably, during the height of that particular session, accumulated so much corruption within his soul that he no longer even has hands. Mutations, Baltus.
Yeah. Sorry. Just a little lapse there.
Yeah, I would be lapsed too if I didn't know what to expect by now. We are Ordo Xenos. You and I. Xeno hunters. And yet we keep stumbling upon these detestable Neverborn. Okay, to be fair, last Neverborn we managed to successfully purge had a Xeno in it. I'll give you that, but still. We're gonna have to do a little bit of planning ahead of us. Let's go meet up with Juno and get this planning over with. I shouldn't have phrased the cult that way. You're laughing, but I'm getting a fucking headache. So, just gonna get straight to Juno. Knock, knock, knock.
Yes, come in.
You hadn't had time to hide your BDSM paraphilia?
Narcia, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You think you have any privacy upon an Imperial vessel? You think we don't have literally the minibar, the servitors, the minibars are cameras, Juno. Every time I go to take a shit, that gets recorded somewhere.
Oh God!
Yes.
Wait, this place doesn't have a shitting servitor, does it?
No, we're talking about the other ship.
Oh.
I didn't have time to wire any cameras on this one.
Yes, that's why Eloa has taken control of all the ship's databases. But anyway, what's this about the disciplinarian being a cult? You said.
So, it's a big question here because you're the captain and you're Sister Battle.
Yes.
How much do you know about Neverborn?
Remarkably little.
Well,
Tell me everything.
now, I am really not supposed to divulge any of this to anyone, but seeing as you've already been possessed by one of the good ones, I should add, and Baltus here is a psyker. You're literally the only people that would be able to handle this kind of information. So let's start with the basics. The Neverborn and their disgusting followers have four main branches. Now, I'm not supposed to name drop any of those four branches, but one is lazy, disgusting, never was itself, and full of disease. Okay, imagine a disease that makes your skin rot off, but instead of after having all your skin die, you die of sepsis. You actually become immune to the skin rotting. And you go and spread it around to all your co-workers. That's one of the branches. Disease and pestilence for everyone around. The other branch is all about Machiavellian type scheming. You scheme to backstab your superior officer because he fucking spit in Eureka for something. But your commanding officer is already 2 steps ahead of you and has gotten you reassigned to a position seemingly safe but already signed in by the enemy artillery. So you die. But then he dies because the guy below you was 3 steps ahead of you and fucking planned your and his superior's officer's assassinations. It's all basically about
So, like
cheating
Frank.
the universe as we know it
Got it.
to alter future events. The other one is all about being angry and killing. All you care about is ripping off people's skulls and shitting down their throats. Always angry all the time, and you thrive on that anger. You thrive on that hatred, and there's no other place in your soul for any other feelings. The last cult, the last branch, is what we're actually dealing with now. It preys on people's vices. It. Okay, you remember how I was indulging in drugs?
Yes.
I couldn't really function without my steams.
Yes.
See, that specific entity preys on that. It takes your character traits, whether good or bad, and amplifies them tenfold.
Mm.
Let's say you're a workaholic. You can't go to bed without finishing a particular stack of papers. The influence of that specific demon would make you work yourself to death, as I'm slowly realizing. But putting that aside, if you take pleasure in doing something, he'll take that and he will multiply that to an insane degree and will feed off that energy. It feeds off excess.
Right.
You'll feel good because you're doing something you enjoy, and he'll get to siphon off those feelings. Those people down there in the disciplinarium are having fun torturing and murdering their fellow men. They're having so much fun that when someone mislabeled the fucking cargo crate, they took his entire department all into custody and started torturing and killing them probably one by one. Typically when someone mislabels something, you just flog him a couple of times and throw him back. Maybe reduce his rations. Maybe take away his recaf. But no. These people are actively going around finding reasons to torture people to death. And thanks to Baltus over here, being a psychic radar, would you like to say, Baltus, what you found?
Hmm.
Or should I?
You're talking about the
Someone with his hands scraped into the metal bulkhead a symbol that is related to that fourth god, that fourth demonic energy, that fourth branch I'm talking about.
Right. Didn't you say there were 5 branches?
4. I said 4. Never said 5. 4.
Squint.
Pestilence, excess, being always upset, and a little scheming, backstabbing asshole. Those are the big 4 ones.
Hmm.
Okay. Well,
Look, I even have the records of this fucking disciplinarium.
do you
The
now?
records, they've never changed their book. They don't have digital records, mind you. Everything is written in blood in a big book. That
Juno
book,
shifts uncomfortably.
that lovely little book, back in the start of its history, it never had another incident like that. You don't just grab an entire department and torture it to death over a mislabeling. That is suspect enough as it is, and grounds to get this man disciplined himself. But
And
what
do you
actually
know
got
what
me to
happened
believe
to the
that this is
disciplinarian who did that?
yes, but what actually got me to believe this is there is a demon involved was that symbol and all the
Oh, yeah.
hint that Baltus was able to pick up.
in a small corner on the side of the room. Also, this was a long ass time, or relatively long time ago.
Yes. Do you
So
know
I'm
what
thinking,
happened to that disciplinarian?
still here, still functioning perfectly fine.
No, the one who ordered the department
The one who
executed.
Yes, he's still doing his job.
After
Really?
hundreds of years.
I'm not sure that it's the same person. I'm pretty sure someone else took over and just never bothered to change his name tag. Do they sign off the executions, Merz? He actually signed his name in all the executions.
Oh, that's... I was muted. That was silly of me.
Like, the handwriting changed. It was a different guy.
Yes, it was a different guy. It was a couple of 100 years ago. That original guy is probably dead now.
Yeah. No, the thing is, there have been multiple people responsible. Sorry, let me rephrase that, Juno. I haven't been sleeping very well, as you can probably tell, because we're in a cursed as fuck ship that makes me work myself to death. As I was saying, there have been... This latest disciplinarian is the one that is actively corrupted. I've seen through the whole book. There are several different types of handwriting. This is a recent thing.
Okay. Are you sure it's the disciplinarian who's corrupted and not, say, Ro or whatever fell spirit is here and part of the audience?
I'm starting to believe that there is not just one, there are many.
Not unlikely, I suppose. Actually, that reminds me. I had a talk with our Navigator after we re-entered real space.
Does he
She
have
said
any...
she detected a creature pursuing us through the warp. One that's made the Astronomicon more difficult to follow.
Creature, you say? Any insight on the creature? Could have been a space whale. Void whale.
She said it
Details.
could have been that, or a kraken, or a neverborn.
Ah, that's the third one I didn't want to hear.
Hmm.
Did she actually say it last?
Yes, she very specifically said that last one.
Ah, of course, wishful thinking, wishful fucking thinking. If she said that last, then that's probably most likely.
Considering what's happening around the ship, yes.
Let me give you another fun fact, Juno. Remember the fourth branch? The excessive one? The one that preys on excess and vices?
Mm-hmm.
They also really like to snack on elder souls. They're a rare delicacy to them, specifically. There is no higher
Oh.
honor for them than to grab an elder and torture it to death. Take
Oh
its soul.
dear.
It's little to their patron. So, what was the
So,
thing we found inside that brain?
Narcy. The Navigator said that there was a moment when the pursuer's attention was diverted from the ship. That was about when we reactivated Eclectic
Where's Eclectic right now?
with Amelie.
Amelie! Yee-hoo! Amelie!
DCL?
I was muted. Yes.
So, how's everything going?
I mean, rather fine. Electric is just being adorable as usual. Why?
It's just saying, if you see anything even remotely resembling a demon, become exceedingly aggressive towards it. Murder the shit out of it and keep it away from our latest guest.
I mean, that is usually my modus operandi whenever I see something of chaos origin. Why are you specifically warning me now? What did you do?
Because Eclectic might have grabbed the attention of something she shouldn't have. But we'll talk about it later. Bye.
Narcy, she hung up on me.
Juno's just gonna tap
Juno!
into the call. Hold up a finger to Narcy. There's a creature that might be interested in Eclectic. It's not her fault, but keep her safe. We'll tell you more later.
Alright, alright. Just don't complain if there's any bodies. You
We
give me
won't.
this short note. You give me this short notice, there's going to be some murder.
Just hunker down for the time being.
Will do.
Alright, yes,
eclectic
Narcia.
Dorsian.
Wow, that's amazing. So we have a specific. We have a demon on our ass. Well, we had a demon on our ass from the sounds of it even before Eclectic, but now it knows Eclectic is on board. Amazing.
Yes.
And we already almost had our Gellerfield blown up once. This trip is going to be so much fun. I'm sorry, Juno, for not just straight up telling you all the juicy little details I know about those 4 so-called branches, but there are very specific protocols about how this information is meant to be divulged. Very bad for the soul, because naming something gives it power. I don't want to drop any names. I'm sure you understand. Humanity is trying to kill these lovely forces of nature through sheer ignorance. I wish it was killing him a little bit faster.
So, with all this information in hand, do you still want to go... What was this plan, to have someone get publicly flogged for the enjoyment of the crowd and hope you could lure out
Oh, they wouldn't just get
cultists?
flogged. They'd absolutely get murdered by the crowd.
I'm not comfortable letting you kill a crew member.
I'm not comfortable letting people die either, but here's the thing. If we break down the door dramatically at the last possible second to save that poor person's soul, yes, we're going to kill a significant amount of those cultists, but we're never going to be able to trace their accomplices. That might be just one small branch of what is already a quite widespread cult upon the ship.
Well, how does letting them die help, then?
One person or a whole department might die. That'll give us plenty of time to trace all the attendants and their associates and make a very thorough purge.
What if we put on the show, but whoever gets flogged is, say, an exceptional actor who would, with the help of a punisher of some
Show?
skill... I'm saying, what if we fake it?
How can we fake it? If we're not going to be the ones carrying out the execution, it's probably going to be the head of the cult itself, or at least one of the heads of the cult.
What did I thought it would be? The disciplinarian.
And the disciplinarian probably has enough leverage to be one of the cult heads.
Well, why not just... If you know that, then why not just capture him and torture him to death to make him give up his associates?
He's literally going to get off on it. Torture him is probably not going to have an effect.
Oh, in that case... Ooh, I know. Sensory deprivation.
I like the way you think.
If all
But
that
that'll
they...
take too long.
Well, not
And people
necessarily.
will notice his absence.
Not necessarily. We time down somewhere and use sensory deprivation. If their entire existence is based around experience, then giving them nothing might break them pretty quickly.
It would, but would it be quickly enough?
Could do.
I know your instinct is to just do this in a way that will not have any bystanders be harmed. But here's the thing. Well, we can do that. Any purge in that is conducted with those methods might be successful in the short term, but in the long term, there are going to be more of these fuckers running around. They're going to be alerted that their numbers are all of a sudden just disappearing.
If it's only one person disappearing, that's not particularly unusual on a ship of this size.
It's not just one person. There is a crowd. Every time there's an
no.
execution.
If we just take the disciplinarian and question him, get the information from him of his cohorts, then we can use that to trace them all down. He's the supposed leader. Or at least trace down the other leaders and then get them all together and get the information from all of them.
I only hope it's fast enough. Which my main worry is it's probably not fast enough. How quickly do you think we can torture this man, honestly? Especially by using such a passive tactic, because the active ones are probably not going to work on him.
Let's see. Who has good interrogation?
Well, now that you ask, I don't.
Oh no. Is that one of the ones? Yeah, I've only
Use
got one dot.
willpower.
I have pretty decent willpower, but
Yeah, I have 60 willpower and 1 dot in interrogation.
I mean, that's not bad, especially I think we'll probably have some bonuses for our tactics and plus a bunch of people helping.
Also, I've coordinated interrogation.
See?
Ah! Right, I forgot. We were working on our coordination. But we were working on that specific feat.
Yeah, I mean, I forget to. I just went ahead and bought it because I had like so much XP. Although I've neglected every skill since then. That being said, maybe we could come up with an excuse for why the disciplinary officer is missing all of a sudden. Like I don't know, maybe he's come down with a sickness that he had to go to a secret sick bay. Yes, he had to be quarantined in a sick bay because he's fairly high up. He's in the command staff of the ship, so
My main worry is that they might already have something planned. Because that's how usually the cults work. And if you have something planned, he doesn't show up, people start looking. But we could get lucky. He could have he might have done whatever he wanted to do inside of the warp, and now that we're in real space, he's just lying down. No one's gonna look for him.
he's just gonna lie low. Yeah,
Which reminds me, remember the temple? Remember the guy that hanged himself? Do we ever recover the body?
Not yet. No, because it's in the warp. Well,
I mean, he was in the observatory that was directly looking at the warp. I assumed after we went to real space, the Skitaris would sweep the room. Did they find anything, Merz?
They found a body. He had hanged himself.
Good, I hope
His eyes were gone.
Oh no.
As were the nails on both hands.
I assume he immediately got incinerated.
I suppose since since Eloa was busy repairing armor, they would have probably asked you as the next most senior Mechanicum adept whether to incinerate it immediately or keep it for later examination.
Ooh, autopsy time. Absolutely wanted to give that son of a bitch an autopsy, mostly because I had nothing better to do. And secondly, because there's a very serious warp incursion upon the ship. And information is ammunition.
Sure.
Did he have any symbols carved into his flesh? Who was this man and where did he used to frequent? What was his shift? You know, those kinds of questions, so we can potentially link him to other accomplices.
Sure. He was a 3rd gunnery officer.
Fuck.
Which, sounds fairly important, but it is just a petty officer's berth. It isn't a full commission. But, in charge of the loading procedures for one of the ship's gunners.
Okay, so how many of his associates are still around? What gun was he responsible for? And how did he end up in that temple? Temple that happened to have all the anemics in it.
He was on gun 16. The rest of the gun crew are alive. Would you like the Scutarii to take custody of them?
Not yet. We're still trying to be subtle.
Alright. And he was in the temple. Well, if you ask some questions, you'll determine he was the most faithful among that gunner's crew.
It's a shame we lost him so tragically. Tragically before his time. Fuck. Just fuck. Okay, so who is going to be our quote-unquote wounded deer for the night? How are we actually gonna go about this?
What do you mean, wounded deer?
Who's going to be the bait? Are we gonna even have a
Oh,
bait, or are we gonna
me,
wait
me.
until there's... $16 guns.
I'm still in favor of questioning the disciplinarian, but
Alright
if
then.
we want to, well, this is inquisitorial business. I'll let you decide, Narcia. You are the senior agent. But if you do want to have someone publicly disciplined, try and draw people out, there is Juno will kind of shift a little bit where she's sitting. There's a repeat attendee on the disciplinarian's log who I'm sure could be convinced to assist us in that.
Okay, so
Hello?
in interrogation, sensor deprivation is actually a brilliant idea, Juno. I say we grab him, but we don't do it publicly, we do it quiet. We do
Yes,
it
of
real
course.
quiet. We ask her questions. We see how he sets up these meetings. We see how much he actually knows about his own affliction, because he could just be completely clueless. We track down a few things about this warp entity and what even made it hunt the ship in the first place. Once we find that, we can exercise it more efficiently. And if he still has any juice left in him, which you probably won't, we use him to set up their next little show, and then we just burn everyone. Yeah, they'll just have to do for a short term, because now that I'm thinking about it, my plan would actually take months of just stalking all the different crew members to see how far the taint has burned. We don't have the time for that. We don't have the time for that.
Yes, getting a list of collaborators would be much more efficient.
Yeah, we'll have to go for the short and sweet shock tactic. You're right, Juno. You're right.
And we don't need to root out every member of this cult, to be fair.
Just
We
got off the
don't
head of the
intend on we don't intend on staying on this ship long term. Like I said, I plan on sailing it, and to be honest, at this point, possibly a chunk of the crew into a sun at some point. We just need to neutralize them so they aren't a threat on this voyage.
Juno, there is this part in me that really, this obsessive part in me that just didn't even consider that as an option. The only thing that popped into my mind was we have to do this slowly, carefully, and root out every single last one of these heretics, despite the fact that this is a long-term plan. We don't have that kind of time on this ship.
We
I
just need to
think
make
something's
ourselves
wrong with
safe.
my head.
No, this is why Reeve trusts you, because you are thorough and relentless. However, this is something that does need to be tempered in situations like this. When we are done with this ship, if there's anything left of the crew, which I'm not entirely sure there will be at the way we're going, we can have somebody look through them with more detail, but indeed for now, just be quiet.
Before, you do me a favor, Juno.
Always. You need a hug.
I don't trust any of the priests upon this ship. I need you.
What priests?
I know they're not. I need a proper imperial service. I need to have a little moment, just me and the Emperor, because I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Actually, that's a good idea, Narcia. We should run a proper imperial service.
We should. I'm not sure if this obsession is just because of my drug abuse or because of the never-born taint. And either of those options, quite frankly, terrify me. So, what's gonna happen first? You want me to snatch this guy and then the service, or just kind of have them both go down at the same time?
Let's do the service first. I think we could all use a bit of balm for the soul.
That we could. Also, yes, sure, Cynesian. See just how deep the taint runs in my soul.
Oh, that's all right, Baltus. She's all right.
In layman's terms, I have 12 corruption points.
It's like a third of what Kira has. You're fine.
Okay, let me get on my level. I'm at 19. 19.
Here's the thing, all of the behavioral things that Narcia is doing are just from her 23 insanity. He's obsessive.
Oh God. Yeah.
It's not due to the corruption, thank God for that, but he has no way of knowing.
I mean, I'm at 15 insanity.
Insanity, let's.
This is still like 15
you guys are so cute.
How much do you have?
63.
Oh my God.
You're cute. We're adorable.
You guys are so precious. Down there in the 20s or below. Oh, that's great. And that's why Juno asked the disciplinarian to put on his big brass knuckles and beat the shit out of her every couple of days. Anyway, yeah, so...
You had no idea he was corrupted.
It's fine.
I mean, they
You
both
had
laughed at it.
yourself for partaking from the Forbidden Chalice.
It's like, aha, I'm the Joker. Juno, I am also the Joker. Beat me harder, Daddy.
Fuck.
It's okay, look, I get stat bonuses when people beat Juno up. Unironically, though. She actually has the masochist talent.
This whole time, you dirty girl.
Yeah! Juno started this game with a bunch of whips and flogs in her inventory.
We knew that. I actually knew this already, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
So,
Sorry, what, Merz?
anyway,
Yes.
just trying to move on to something else, because it's not just you guys that are getting up to investigative shit.
Yeah, what are these two nerds doing?
Well, apparently Ceiko is following Marco while Marco is having a very close look at some of the ship's stores.
He's smart. He's dealt with this shit before.
Particularly the stores of alcohols and amasex.
No, I skipped one chaos infested shithole to end up in another. That is in space.
So, Ceiko, are you actually trying to hide from Marco, or are you just joining him and being not seen by anyone else?
I think that one, really, just not being seen.
Just hate people. I hate dealing with fucking people. Simple as that.
Something here doesn't add up.
Okay, what do we got?
Just look at how much there is. There's a lot of it that's quality stuff. Even if all of the officers were drinking, this would last them a year. This ship doesn't go out deep enough for that.
Where the fuck do they get their booze from?
But also there was that. We also had those officers drunk off their asses when the demon showed up.
The astropaths.
Astropaths, that's right.
It's what got my thoughts tingling. 'Cause I know at least one of those kegs we brought from Lupus's ship, but the others, they weren't from his stores, they were from here.
I definitely recommend we don't drink any more alcohol from this ship.
Baltus is now sad.
I said from this ship.
We'll see. I can't. I haven't found any that have been tampered with, but there's a lot.
Yeah. Still, I'm worried it's connected to demons and stuff, even if it's not tainted.
What do you say we go? Knock over the requisitions, officer.
That sounds like a plan to me.
So, Ceiko, do you have interrogation?
I do.
As an Arbite, of course you would.
Mm-hmm. It's a 33, but I do have a point in it. I'm trained.
Alright, if you're at 33, would you like to assist Marco
That sounds better than probably sounds like the better option.
Yes, I mean, his is a 43. It's not hugely better, but it is a bit.
Well, a plus 10 is a plus 10. Nice.
So, I'm going to throw you in it now because you get 5 questions you get to ask the requisition officer.
Oh dear, I'm gonna need help.
Good luck, pets.
I'm bad at questions, guys.
You can ask either out of character or via the Vox in character for things to ask the guy.
Well,
Who's drinking
first
all
off,
this
why is there
hooch?
so much? Most direct question: Why is there so much alcohol?
Yeah, where you guys get your stash from?
Oh, why? The Old Master, Emperor bless his... Emperor Lament is passing. He ran a wet ship.
Hmm.
The hands, well, if they were left to themselves, they'd start brewing stuff up in some dark corners. So he just figured, why not just give them some stuff we know won't kill all of them, and it'd make them happier regardless.
Hmm. All right.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's giving this to the general crew? Didn't Marco say this was like good quality shit?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Bigus Squintus.
I'll put.
I would put forward who's been requesting the higher quality. Why is this like so high quality? Like who would
Well-
request this? Like overall, not just the commander, but the people putting forth the question to the commander.
Hmm.
Another one is which areas are the one drinking most of this rum? I assume there's more than one kitchen on the ship.
Yeah. Who is taking the most supply here?
Well, there are 2 main groups. First and biggest is the cargo hands. Anyone who has to work down around the bays and the storage. They're very busy. On most of our runs was, the the Scorn is owned by a food shipping company. It needs actual care to see that our goods make it through in saleable condition. So lots of cargo hands need them happy and cooperative, and therefore they get the lion's share. The second one, this is a fair distance behind, but still ahead of anyone else, is the clergy.
Hmm.
The clergy, you say? It's weird considering it's only like what 1-2 people. Admittedly, it's usually probably for alms or that weird if it's based on Christianity, it's that weird cannibalism shtick they got going.
The body of Christ,
Transubstantiation.
this bread.
Wow. Tangent.
I will assume Marco brings something like that up, since it is just him and Ceiko here, but, that is a
Yeah.
good shout.
Yeah.
Oh, well, There are only a handful of actual priests. More than that, at least judging by the amount they're asking for, it has to be at least a dozen. But yes, expect most is for communion.
Hmm.
What priest has been taking delivery of these, or where is the booze being delivered to? Because there sure shit ain't no
Yeah.
priests around.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
Oh, the fourth chapel. Servitors take it, they bring it back with a signed receipt.
No,
Who-
I like
wait,
that question. As
uh, I bet to ask who's signing the receipts.
yeah, that's who is signing for it specifically?
I know I gave you a name last time as the priest doing most of the services before Ro appeared. I cannot remember it, so I will just tell you it is that guy
Okay.
who let us for now call Father Michael.
All right. And has any booze been going missing?
I don't believe so. I've got...
Okay.
Well, I don't keep the closest eye on it that I could, but if anything has been gone, it's just been one or two bottles. Not any great number at a time. Otherwise, I would notice that. I've
Okay, so-
got the all of the receipts if you want them, sir.
Maybe. Might help. I don't know how relevant it is, but it'll probably help.
Yes, sir. I'll get them ready right away.
Cool. Was that 5? Like plus?
Let's say you have one more left, because
Okay.
there were some that were more clarification than full
Yeah.
questions on their own.
Okay, so I think we got everything covered in that. Let's see. Anyone got anything else? Because I'm.
Did we get answered, like, who's actually been, or rather, how they've been paying for this? Because this ship's fucking falling apart. Why do they
Oh
have so
yeah,
much good
that one.
booze?
Oh. Well, sir, that one is fairly simple. If I... See, since the clergy are some of the highest consumers, I can file it as religious fees and duties, which corporate are more than happy to pay up for. But actual repair... But I can only go so far with that. Can't can't exactly say, oh yes, corporate, we're staying at a Forge World for a month in order to make the ecclesiarchy happy.
Ah, I see. Okay, so that wraps that up then.
Yes. How many cargo hands do you even think there are, Ceiko?
I probably, I'd assume that'd be the bulk of the. If this is a food transport ship, probably a lot.
Yeah.
I'd assume like half the crew if it's the at least if that's the job of the ship. I could be wrong.
No, you're probably right. Which means makes sense that they're getting most of it. Points us straight back at the clergy. Should probably check in with everyone else now.
Yeah.
So yes, I guess those two can catch up with like Juno, Narcia, Baltus, and share what they found.
Who in the world has been taking possession of all that alcohol? If the clergy's been dead for knows how long.
Remember the thing I was saying about excess?
Well, yes.
Those
No, I
priests
understand that it's
might-
probably going to the cult. My question is just what individuals are taking possession of it?
I was leading into that. So you and I both remember when the shipmaster, the former shipmaster, before he blew his heads out, told us that ghosts appear in the ship.
Perhaps.
So you see where I'm going with this? They're not quite dead. They
Mm.
must have made some sort of pact. They're tied to the ship somehow through through the influence of some never-born dickhead.
Well, but Ro is not part of that pact.
No.
So is he?
Wait, are we
so is
sure
this-
it's even Ro? It could just be a Neko drawing from your memories of the man.
Yes, I doubt
That's-
it's actually Ro.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you think that's the actual demon, like sort of just trying to like hold on to someone?
Could be. I don't see how that. First of all, I cannot see Ro.
Or you never
I
met him?
cannot see nor hear him, and since only you can, I'm just making the assumptions, probably pulling something from your heads.
Mm. I'm also eating Merz. I don't know if that helps.
Fair enough. There's an issue with that interrogator.
I'm sure there are many issues with that.
If There's something pulling from their heads. Why can't it pull anything from yours and show you something?
Well, my head is mostly mechanical. That's probably why.
No, it pulled Ro from Eloa's head as well.
Shit. No, fair enough. I really hate this Neverborn business. Why can't it just ever be as simple as orcs? Okay.
Oh, could you imagine orc demons? Demons of Gork and Mork? Ooh.
I can. It would be actually comical to me specifically. Probably no one else.
No.
I already
Where
got
did
my
you-
face caved in once, which means I won. Because I'm still alive. They have to come to terms with the fact that they lost, because they didn't get to retreat. That would break them. Trust me. That's how orcs work.
Wait, no, wouldn't retreating break them, but dying in battle?
Oh,
is
retreating
fine?
isn't losing to them. Retreating means they get to fight again. It means they'll just win later.
Orcs are silly. Anyway, I'm going to go down to the clergy's chambers and see if I can find anything we've missed. I think they might have some records down there we haven't looked through.
Yeah, there might
Um,
be. This all
and
comes
then-
back to the clergyman.
And then I'll be leading a service for the crew, I reckon.
A proper service, one not tainted by these lovely individuals we have to deal with right now.
And time to remoralize our crew. First,
remember to hand out pamphlets?
She was gonna grab her staff and head on down to the clergy pit, the rectory.
Sure.
Fucking orcs. I love them so much.
Yes,
If we
they
got
are
fun, you don't
pretty
count.
great.
All right. So yeah, let's search the rectory for records, like by the priests, any diaries, logbooks, that sort of thing.
Sure. Are you going alone?
No, I'm not retarded.
Okay, who are you bringing?
Well, player characters, does anyone want to come? Otherwise, I'm just going to drag
yes.
Marco.
I heard
Here,
potential.
Marco.
I have to.
I heard potential danger. I want to come.
Okay, I guess everyone other than Eloa is coming.
Oh no, I'm not coming either. I'm planning things out. See, you guys go.
Could have sworn I heard.
I already.
Also, Savin, please, do not insult Eclectic that way. Eloa is coming repeatedly.
Oh, I didn't know they had gotten to that point. Okay.
If that's the case, I certainly don't want to be staying behind.
Are you
It's
sure
not-
you could join in?
No, it's their personal toaster bonding time. You can't threesome that unless you're already an Adeptus Mechanicus.
Sounds like coward talk to me, but okay. And yeah, I guess I will grab Amelie, Ceiko, Marco.
Sure. Balti?
Yes. Yeah, I'll
Should
go.
be necessary. You're a psyker and you've already seen the church.
That's true, but
It's not
but I gotta go
necessary,
to.
but
You.
I gotta go to service though. How else will I get my soul pure?
I do not mind having Balti with us, just for the sake of having more psychic shit.
then go to the rectory and you can begin to search. What does this icon? Oh, real quick, sorry to interrupt, Savin. You, I've got an icon on my Roll20 that's a little torch. What does it do? Do you know?
Oh, that's for dynamic lighting. It adds light sources now instead of you having to like make a token and make that a light source.
Oh my
Just-
fucking god! It took them
Oh
that
my
goddamn
God.
long.
You can just now just drag and drop little light sources out.
Fuck.
That's smart, but my God, how long did that take?
All of the years.
It's how fucking annoying it was for me to make like 3 different layers to change lighting.
Oh, I mean, you still have to do that now. You have to do shit on the objects and token layer, and on the dynamic lighting layer.
Ha ha ha! You thought you got away with work. Ha ha ha!
I have a thing for the Holy Fireball, Savin.
Oh?
The Thibault.
An amusing thing that just happened when I opened Token Tool was it just defaulted to that.
What
I
is
find that
what is that? Oh.
In Discord.
no, it's
Why do you
The
have
whole-
that as a token?
Because I had made a normal token with that bit of art and then closed Token Tool. And then next time I opened it, it had just moved, so it was pointed directly there at the thigh.
okay. Okay, I see some issues. It doesn't have that weird little bit of thigh. You know where the straps.
Yeah, it
are
doesn't have
binding
any
in-
squidge just coming over the stockings. 0 out of 10.
But out of no, I give it a good 6 out of 10. Those are some good thighs, though. Like it could. She was lazy that day.
It's like when Amsel gets the token of the booty.
Yes. Sorry. Distractions aside, the rectory. This is going to be a scrutiny roll to search it. Who would like to take lead?
I'm guessing it's probably not a fellowship scrutiny, so I'm not particularly great.
If
I
I
have
was
intelligence-
down there, I could always just do this.
what the?
Well, you're not there, so fuck off.
You're not there, so don't.
I know.
I
I
have.
just really want to show off.
I have intelligence 40 and 3 dots of scrutiny.
Well, you'll
Or,
be fine.
Perception.
perception 40.
Yeah,
They're the same.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I can understand the mix-up because security is right under it and has the same number of letters, but is the int skill.
No, I'm also
I
drunk.
definitely never have done the same thing, clicking the wrong button, because I have 4 dots in both.
What are Marco and Ceiko rocking?
Marco is a 44 and 1 dot.
Of what again?
Scrutiny.
44 and 1 dot.
Oh, scrutiny?
Yeah.
Oh, I also have 2 points in unnatural perception because of power armor. I don't know. That doesn't help unless I get bonus.
Well, okay, I guess
All right.
I guess he's taking the lead then.
Why not?
That's my boy.
And also has a
There you
phenomenal
go.
score, so we're good. Plus
So-
1, 2, 3, 4 assists.
You can only get 2 assists,
Okay, well,
unfortunately.
2 assists
so
then.
I'll get.
Still.
Why not? Why not? Okay, there we go. I assume someone helped me. There.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's got it.
well, actually, with the current makeup, if we wanted to maximize Ceiko, no one would help you, because it would be Ceiko leading, Marco and Amelie assisting, and then Juno commanding for
Ah, yes, of
cheerleading
course.
bonuses.
Perfect.
But
Okay.
Juno cheerleading does apply to both of you, so you could both get it. But it's optional as to whether Juno cheerleads.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
Yeah,
force her into
obviously.
a
Why
cheerleader suit.
would I not?
So that sounds like 11 degrees of success for me.
Now I came back to scrutiny rolls, but I see that that's already taken care of.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Sometimes you just drop a 2 on a 80%.
All right, Ceiko.
I know it happens.
Yes, the previous tranquility and undisturbed nature of this place has been quite thoroughly wrecked since Baltus and Narcia were here. Due to the large number of Scythiae who stomped up and down in and around it for a bit. However, you can still just detect the telltale signs of abandonment, mildew, rot, and after a while, you can indeed find what were logbooks, but that same mildew has gotten to them. They are not wasted away, but they are significantly degraded. Many sections are illegible. Pages are just welded together. Indeed, if this was 5th edition, if this was 5th edition, you could mend them. Here, you must suffer.
Yeah, this is 5th edition. I'd be playing Tiana, and I could do that, yeah.
Mm. Yes. Alongside them, also find the telltale signs of a hidden passageway.
Oh ho! Well, well,
Oh?
well. What do we have here?
Wants me to go down to it, down and check for traps.
I think Ceiko is our best trap finder, but
This is true.
Unless you want to face tank them.
I mean, even then, Juno will just reach over and like wrap her knuckles on your face.
Oh, yeah.
Dunk dunk.
Metal plate.
It's the joke.
It's helped more than it hurt, I swear.
So are you going to open it?
Juno will step back to a safe distance.
Yeah, should I roll a separate check for traps then?
If there is any trap on it, you have no way of detecting it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I'll open it then.
Yes. Before you do that, Juno, define for me a safe distance.
I'm going to go around like a corner and just kind of like peer around the door, so that if this explodes or something, I'm not in the blast, or at least I have cover.
Sure. Marco will similarly go to pull back and establish an overwatch with his pistols.
Okay. This does not fill me with confidence. But I will open the door.
In the door opens, it slides back slightly and then swings. But rather than the ravening hordes of lust cultists, you are just greeted by a slight puff of smoke. I believe Ceiko's mask includes, like, a gas masky thing, right?
That's my helmet, I think. Is it? I don't even know. It's a good quality.
Well, find out real quick.
Yeah, I'd not see anything that would.
Oh.
And you do just have a gas mask.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know that you'd be wearing it around the ship, though.
Yeah. You have like a big faceplate and a mechanical voice box. It doesn't actually look like you have bionic respirators.
Yeah, it hasn't come up.
I mean, to be fair, his face got blasted off, but his lungs and shit are all fine.
Yeah.
I guess that would be part of your helmet then, if anything.
Yeah, and Ceiko's helmet is just carapace armor.
Oof.
Yeah.
So, Ceiko, well, by a puff of smoke, scented smoke.
Wow.
Perfumed smoke, in fact. There's an old tang to it, but a pleasant one.
Oh god, do I gotta roll a thing?
No.
Okay, good.
No, this is all just bait. Everything's fine. Right?
So far.
Indeed, so far. A passage beyond that goes forward a bit and then turns sharply to the left.
Alright. At this point, I'll signal people. Don't know if I'm taking point necessarily. Oh. God damn it.
DCL, are you here?
Yes, sorry.
I assume you'll be taking point?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't have to. You could attempt to force the sniper.
No, something else. Give me a second.
Look, yeah, unfortunately, aside from Amelie, we are the wizards and the snipers. So.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna push that side real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a point because yes, Ceiko, we're going down somewhere dangerous, and yes, most of the party is made of paper, including Amelie, to be fair, but she is very dexterous paper.
Yeah, she's paper that's very hard to hit.
Ceiko. I could take point if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to.
Yeah, look, let's be honest. No matter what Merz has planned at the back of this corridor, if Ceiko takes point, he will die instantly when we get through. Somehow the whole ship will fucking vent into space. We'll just get launched into the black.
So this would be my suggested marching order. You can feel free to arrange your own, though.
That sounds good to me.
Unless you want to be in front of me. Just being in the back.
Yeah, I can be in back.
Yeah.
But then you are guaranteed to be ambushed.
Oh god.
Yeah,
you're right.
I'll risk it.
Hold on, no. Merz is correct. All right, Balti, get the fuck back.
Okay, all right, I'm in the back.
Actually, okay, there you go. Ceiko, move on. All right, now we're
Satan's
good. Now we're
protecting
good,
me now.
everybody. Now a mortar's gonna hit right in the middle of the party.
That would be an
Yeah,
impressive shot.
Oh no, it's not like an arced mortar. Someone's gonna take a mortar shell and just huck it at us. Hit right in Ceiko's fucking faceplate. Like
What
that
the fuck?
Saving Private Ryan scene.
Oh, wow.
Yeet.
I'm going to be right back.
At least I can see it coming.
Oh well, I'm glad somebody can back here.
I'm a psyker. I can see into the future.
Yeah, that's another reason I didn't want like Juno taking the back. It's like, yes, I have
Blind
amazing perception. Everybody, yay! As long as whatever is happening is within like 15 feet.
I'd totally be in back if I wasn't the cursed one.
Yeah, no, for sure. It would make a lot of sense for the sniper to be in the back. Unfortunately,
How close?
the sniper is Tiana.
Okay. Either.
Even more Tiana than Tiana.
I don't actually get that. I was about to say.
Tiana's my cursed cat girl in Chivalrix, Bob.
How close are you to any of Savin's characters? I don't know if Savin's the DM.
No, I'm another
Scout's
player.
Oh, you're a GM. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
However,
but-
you'll be happy to note that my character is basically unkillable, and Pet's character does go down probably more than anyone else. So, holds.
Is he in
He's
close
very
proximity
squishy.
to you when he goes down?
I've talked. Juno is cursed. Anyone within 10 tiles of her is guaranteed to go down.
Especially Ceiko.
Especially Ceiko. Baltus was afflicted with this very early on. So now Baltus is a melee character to get as far away from Juno as possible.
Hey, you say, Savin, you should probably take cover behind that corridor. I take cover behind that corridor. I get blasted in the face with plasma.
Hello.
Get blasted in the
Hello.
face with friendly
Fucking
fire
cursed
plasma,
mate.
no less.
We're
Fr-
talking
from
about how
Savin.
cursed Juno is. Yeah.
Not
Look,
even Juno, just Savin.
Juno
Stay away
isn't
from
cursed.
Savin, you'll
Juno
die.
is mega blessed. Unfortunately, the karmic balance shifts around everyone else to make up for it.
I know, right?
Especially Ceiko.
You're that guy from All Guardsmen Party, Bane Jones.
Duh.
Yes, you just suck all the luck out of everyone else, so they get hit.
He's a fucking Inquisitor that was a fucking Zinch demon in disguise.
Yes. Apparently, that's what Merzendi just posted.
Great minds think alike and all that.
Mhm.
But yes. So,
I love that fucking series so much.
down. And after we turn, the corridor quickly opens out into a large room. Of a type that, well, most of you can immediately recognize. An armory. Racks for weapons. Ammunition lockers. Mountings for various types of armor. Those that can be seamlessly integrated into a church habit and those that need to be worn separately. Pegs for chain swords and hammers and other implements of close range slaughter. But each and every one is empty, and at the far end, where there is a wall, a hole has been cut through, quite clearly cut, and clearly from the other side, there's some sort of welding torch.
Interesting. We're gonna like poke Balti. Say, get your data pad up. What section of the ship is through that bulkhead?
Wait, Baltus for his
Just pull it up on your data pad. I fucking can't.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Mind.
Baltus will pull it up and examine it.
Sure.
God damn it.
Well, on your copy of the ship's plans, this room doesn't exist. This is just structural reinforcement. And on the other side, that is one of the ship's maintenance passageways.
Of course it doesn't fucking exist. Why would it ever exist?
What sort of what? Of course. Yeah. This apparently is supposed to be a solid wall to the hallway. I say to Juno.
Who has AFK'd?
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Savin, why? Okay.
I assume emergency dog.
Probably. I know the feeling. Hello, Cal. Okay, just ignore my hand. Okay, Cal. I get you. I got too much of that drink left. Oh God.
You have tomorrow off, right?
I do, or else I do, or I wouldn't be drinking at all. Well, no pay, no penalty. So I'm not getting paid for tomorrow, but I plan on not showing up ever till next Monday. I'll check. I'll check my balances and everything tomorrow. I should have everything off. Yes.
Okay.
At least I hope I do, or I'm going to be very, very, very pissed. I still got a lot of this rum left, though, by the way.
You should still have a lot left. Don't just down the whole fucking bottle.
No, well, I mean, last night I was actually sipping straight from the bottle while talking with you.
That's the proper way. You don't want to waste your glasses. Don't listen to me. This is the drunken me speaking.
Well, I have red solo cups. That's what they're there for. Or actually, this one's green, but also whatever. It's a red solo cup.
Generally, you're not supposed to drink from the bottle because that means you're in a bad place. Supposedly. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm perfectly sane.
Yeah, I'm trying to pace myself out a bit more than I did last night, though.
Good. It's good.
Considering how little I drink throughout the year.
That means it'll hit you all the harder.
Yeah. For like a month, I was drinking like one Mike's Hard Lemonade a day or something like that. I don't even have a refrigeration unit. I have to give it to my parents. Well, my parents' cooler, rather.
Oh man. And for a very short period of time, I had just tiny. Well, there's no good way to put this. More alcohol than any human being should be consuming in a week. Those years are far behind me.
That's good.
So, have you guys been eaten by a demon yet?
Apparently not. No, we're waiting on.
Not yet.
Merz been AFK.
Not through lack of trying, Stray.
It's Savin who went AFK,
Oh, it's Savin. Okay.
who probably has been eaten by a demon, a fluffy, husky demon.
Oh
Savin
my
sitting-
god.
Savin sitting there in the chair, tears streaming down his face. He wants to reply, but Tasha has taken his hands. I mean, she's done it before. She'll literally just hold his hand in her mouth.
She's a good pup. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some Halloween candy.
Sounds good.
Aw,
And none for Bob.
I know. I'm so sad. That's okay. I was eating a dark chocolate with orange rind earlier.
Not nice.
It is very good. It was like 80 something percent. Oh, it worked a lot better than I thought it would be. Not gonna lie. Worked so much better than I thought it was gonna be.
So, they're down where the priest used to be, right?
Yes.
In the spookium place.
Yeah.
Now even further in a spooky place.
They went into the haunted cathedral's basement. Got it.
Essentially, yeah.
They found a hidden door to the haunted cathedral's armory, which someone has clearly broken into and robbed blind.
Uh-huh. We keep underestimating this potential cultist clusterfuck. Like, oh, it's just a haunted ship. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna have fun adventures in space.
I mean, you have been, right?
I mean, out of character, yes. In character, it's probably very traumatizing.
I'm back.
So is just going for lunch.
Exactly.
This is the
40K space-
Imperium of Man.
40K space is fucking scary.
What'd I miss?
We waited for you.
Oh, that's nice.
Talking about haunted cathedrals. It's pretty fun.
And have Tasha eat your hand.
Oh yeah, Tasha eats your hand sometimes.
She do that.
Yes, Bob, you here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you had to tell Juno?
Yeah, it was apparently this is just meant to like be a solid wall to the hallway.
Ah, of course. And
That's it.
what is beyond that hallway, though? What sections of the ship would we be walking into?
What the a maintenance pathway, I think is what Merzendi said.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
what does
it
that
just
lead to?
Merz.
The vast network of maintenance tunnels runs from one end of the ship to the other.
It's just a
So
random
it's just
amount
connected to the big
everywhere.
blob. Okay. Well, that's unhelpful. I wonder when this happened.
Probably. I don't know. Probably around the same time the brain area got set up.
Not
Well,
unlikely.
if Baltus knows anything about that brain, I don't know how much Baltus knows about that brain.
Baltus was there.
No, he was not.
Oh, no.
No, he was not.
Yes, right, you were
We,
running around.
we
Was
told him the
Renaud.
story, though, for sure.
Okay. I was Renault at that time.
Right. Ceiko, make sure that corridor access isn't trapped, and then perhaps, I don't know, I doubt you'll find any tracks through there, but it might be good to see what rooms are nearby.
All right. So, should I be giving an awareness or a scrutiny roll, Merzendi?
Scrutiny to actively search for them.
All right.
Awareness would be, do you notice them in time to attempt to evade them? But they are going off regardless.
Gotcha.
All right. Were you getting people to do the big assist?
I don't see why not.
Okay. Then in that case, yes, you will notice cunningly concealed a smoke grenade? Certainly seems primed to, it's primed to go off when someone steps on the other side of the hole, but it does not look explosive. It looks very much just like a smoke grenade.
Probably more perfumed smoke with a twist. I'll point that out and I don't know, does someone have security to disable it or something?
Well, out of character, I can tell you one thing that you might know as an arbitrator. During the Vietnam conflict, GIs that would set American GIs that would set down booby traps would frequently replace the firing pin of grenades with smoke grenades because smoke grenades go off instantly, while normal grenade fuses last up to 5 seconds. It would just be a normal grenade with a different fuse to just go off instantly.
Clever.
Interesting. Yeah.
Why the fuck do I know that?
Yeah, that's a word. I didn't know that.
There's also the cigar case trick, cigarette case trick where I had like a cigarette carton that had CS gas and white phosphorus in it.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
That's a bad combination.
Because CS gas, that one also went off immediately. So a tracker would find it, take a look at it, bam, face full of CS gas, so they are stunned and screaming, and then they're on fire.
Brutal.
Was not a nice war. So anyway,
Come on, trigger the explosion.
Yeah, do any of us have security at all?
Marco does if you want him to do stuff.
Yeah, having him disable the trap would be good. I'll throw him a command +10 from a safe distance.
Sure. Does anyone... Well, does anyone have it and is willing to assist?
I do not.
You think I would have learned it as an assassin? But
Which
you'd
thing
be
are we
wrong.
talking about again?
Security.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, so Juno is helping, so this is only a -20 on his attempt. Or, well, inspiring rather than helping, but you do sort of need to roll your command.
I mean,
you might get a 100.
That is true. Okay. I did the opposite of that. Can he have a +20?
No.
God damn it.
He just gets a +10, but I guess these are the rolls today.
Thank you, Based Adams Decay.
You took all of Amgel's dice.
I really did.
Amsal could not pass a single roll in shivs today.
Oof. Yes, Arco can carefully disable the activation mechanism and retrieve the grenade. Yeah. It's not just the using mechanism from a smoke. It's the body as... It's got the body of one as well. Be hard pressed to change the interior, to change the filling out. But do we want to take it apart? See what we're cooking with.
If you're comfortable doing so.
At least, well, be hard enough to... comfortable enough. So this will be a tech use.
We'll continue cheerleading, I suppose.
Okay.
I think I have
Marco, he's our man. If he can't do it, we're all gonna die.
I have a dot.
Are you willing to get up close and assist him?
Yes, you are.
Okay, yes. Juno is now like grabbing my hand. I guess I got to.
All right. Well, probably worth the reroll.
It's
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
Not exploding a grenade in your face seems like a good use of fate point. IMO.
Yeah, and I'll also just make this roll quickly. I'm just going to assume Juno will... I'm going to carry over Juno inspiring for this. Okay. Yes, he disables it. Is able to remove the fuse and get at the filling. It is indeed internally a smoke grenade. Whatever. And it is also mixed in with a red pigment paint. And Something else has been added to us. Need a lab to work out what, but I can tell you for sure this has got... yeah, I can tell you for sure it's got more than just paint.
Let's secure it and take it back to Eloa.
He nods, and we'll produce a little set of baggies and pack it all up.
Unless anyone thinks we're going to get answers down in the maintenance shafts, let's sweep this armory for anything the thieves may have missed, and then get back to a record searching.
Aye and aye.
Alright. I can skip ahead there, as the only thing they did not take is a canister of promethium marked from M37.
I'll be having that, thank you.
No,
It
it's
is
not a
quite
good idea.
expired.
Listen,
It's like
it's
using
promethium
an
and
expired
it's
fire
free.
extinguisher.
Ergo,
Oh my god.
I don't think you understand. This is the character that has over 30 canisters of promethium.
How much tech use does Juno have?
None.
Oh, so she wouldn't know about expired canisters. Fair enough.
Oh yes, by the way, I finally found the rules for how much just massive stacks of promethium do when they explode. They were tucked into Black Crusade.
Of course they were. Of course they fucking were.
It
Why would they not
is,
be?
yeah, it goes by the weight of promethium in kilograms. So,
God, yes. They're using European systems to measure shit. I can understand this.
yeah,
Aren't all FFG games centimeters?
they are.
Yes.
But yes, so when you, well, this isn't pure promethium, but this is when you have done stuff to turn it into a bomb. So, like, presumably pressurizing it a fair bit, and so on. But it is 1d10 damage per kilo, and a blast radius of 4 meters per kilo.
Let's go see how many kilos one canister of promethium weighs.
0.6 kilos.
Okay, so
Let's
hypothetically,
round it down to half. So, you know, it's 2 canisters per kilo.
So hypothetically, if I have, 35 canisters,
Then
that's a very dead Juno.
Yep, so 17d10 across a 68 meter radius.
That's how you kill all your friends.
Oh, Jesus.
Check out
I'm sorry,
these.
I just came back from the bathroom again. Why are we killing Flins?
Well, you
all of our
see, Merz found the
friends.
rules for what happens if flamer fuel detonates, and I happen to be caring enough to do 17d10 damage to myself and everyone in like a city block.
Yes, this checks out. You have been a walking time bomb. This has been known.
Wait. How much power armor do you have to be in to carry 35 kilos, basically, of flamer?
All right, now to be fair, Juno's not carrying literally any of this with her right now. It's just in storage. But yeah, if she wasn't blind, she would be carrying like at least 15.
5. Yeah, okay, good. That's feasible with power armor. Sure.
Also, It is, again, each canister is half a kilo.
When you're in power armor, that's not very much. Yeah, Juno is not carrying her flamer or her enormous collection of promethium and promethium accessories right now. That would be silly.
Juno is pretty silly anyway.
It's true, but not silly enough to intentionally light all of her friends on fire. Or negligently, I should say. Because she does not have that talent that lets her just pass the flames harmlessly around her friends.
And I mean, if she exploded, that wouldn't help anyway, because
No.
it isn't a controlled plane. Now, if she detonated herself, then I'd allow it.
That is how Juno wants to die, just throwing herself headlong into a horde of Tyranids and pulling the ripcord on fucking, 30 kilos of promethium.
Good God. Right. Anyway, yes, that is all of the material loot from the armory. But perhaps more helpfully, here there is a logbook that escaped the that survived the passage of time a little better.
Let's have a look-see.
So what are you looking for?
Well, first of all, I'd like to ascertain the last entry date, if any.
Alright, yes, these are properly dated and accounted for. It looks like the last entry was by a Father Michael about 170 years ago.
It's quite a while. Alright. Let's see if there's any mention of strange or paranormal incidents going on. Or, any direct mention of the cult.
Yes. Well, this is the armory logbook. So, quite a lot of the logs are about withdrawal of arms and armor and ammunition for incidents. Some are relatively mundane, like training.
High Plane Senpai.
There we are. It's gone far enough away that it shouldn't be a bother now. Yes. Some are things like training, some are dissuading, some are equipping the temple, the cathedral guards, actual use of force accounts against dissatisfied crewmen. And there are a couple that are Juno, you as a sororita will be able to recognize as ecclesiastical code for a supernatural manifestation.
Are there any details about these events in this book, or should I go check the others for that date?
Yeah. There are some details, but they are relatively sparse. It's like date, what they needed to use, and some cases a loose description of what they used it against.
Yeah, give me that detail. What they fighting?
Sure. So one example would be from about just under 200 years ago. M400 801. Usage 3 canisters holy promethium, 3 magazines, silvered autogun bullets. Losses 1 sanctified chainsword, 13 temple guards. Innominus Imperator. We gave battle against a betentacled anomaly, rid of the bodies of the faithless.
I see.
Such a description may sound familiar to you.
Vaguely. It's ringing a bell. That's not the first time that something like that's popped up on this ship. What the fuck? Alright, let's go try and cross-reference these dates in the other surviving logbooks.
Sure. I guess give me a logic roll.
God. Does anyone in this team have logic?
Ceiko? Balti?
No. Sadly, no.
What?
Do you have logic?
Logic? No.
Okay.
I was literally asleep. What?
Oh.
Okay, well, I'll
Yeah, I have.
grab a couple of assists, but this probably is not going to go particularly well for me.
Yeah, I don't have logic trained. No dots. 0. Zip. No.
Alright.
So, hold on, because
40K,
40k you do actually need to have at least basic training to assist.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I see we're gonna have to bring this shit to Eloa, but... Well,
wait, yeah, can we just like ship those to Narcia or something? Just like, hey, guy, hey,
yeah, we will.
compile
I'm
some of these dates.
just gonna see if Juno can savant first. I don't think there's a let it ride mechanic in 40k that says if I fail, I can't just give it to someone else.
Correct.
Alright, come on, Juno.
Are you going to take it, or are you going to reroll?
Juno's logic is flawless. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at that.
I'm gonna
Look at that.
I'm gonna pop a fate point just to
Backhand
avoid
logic.
the The crit fail.
It can't get worse.
It literally can't. I did it!
Cool.
Thank you, based fate point.
All right. Yeah. Looking over accounts like that and referencing their dates. Oh. Well, yeah, there are a few more details given in the big book. Yes, notes as to where the priests have been called, who called for them to help fight an etheric manifestation, more about what the outcome was, little notes about some of the temple guards who died, like things like little eulogy things, or obituaries, that's it. Yeah, little obituaries sketched out for them. A surprising amount of care for a book like this. But can notice quickly this thing started before Father Michael's time. One of the preceding priests, fairly recently after he was called upon to conduct a full funeral service for a funeral service for every member of the 32nd Department of the Cargo Division, and to excommunicate and execute the Master Disciplinarian.
Really?
However, there is also a note under that. In a particularly archaic High Gothic script, I'm going to need you to make a High Gothic roll for this last clue.
Wow, alright, sure.
Baltus can assist.
That's good. Anyone else on Team Reject here speak High Goth?
No.
Amelie?
Wait, yes. Actually, yes.
Okay.
Wait, High Gothic?
Yes.
Alright, never mind. We got maximum supports.
Alright.
Hit. Juno. Alright, let's try
Oh
again.
my god.
See, I have the skill. I have the language, but if it needs to be a skill test, then... Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Alright. Yes. This is archaic and priestly dialect it's written in. It takes you a few tries to get it, because it's not so much that it's difficult, but more that it's hard to believe that you've understood it correctly the first couple of times, because of course main body, Master Disciplinarian, has been excommunicated and executed, whereas here, this little note, which is clearly in the same hand, May the Emperor receive you, for you have done that which must be done. That is not the epitaph you give to someone you have just excommunicated, surely.
Hmm. So, can I throw Reed at that to see if there's any reason, like, why that would be the case?
Yes, sure.
Other than this guy just being part of the cult. Yeah. Fuck's sake. Juno.
Are you out of fate points
Yeah,
at this
that was my
point?
last fate.
I don't have Imperial Creed, sadly.
Okay. No further insight.
Yeah. You...
Does anyone have
You-
any logic?
You can say nothing for certain, but you can guess if you want. I will not impose a negative on you because you are not correct, failing.
Alright.
Maybe he was the Inquisitor all along.
Yes, either the priest who wrote this was part of the cult, but that doesn't seem particularly likely if he's invoking the Emperor. Or the disciplinarian was...
Don't dismiss the possibility of a cult just because of apparent faith. There are plenty that worm their way in through how much someone loves the Emperor, distorting what he really is in favor of the cult's the cult's idealized vision.
Oh,
Still praise him with lip service. Still even believe in your heart it's the Emperor you're worshipping. But it's something far worse instead.
that's possible, though. The fact that there aren't any priests left at this point suggests that perhaps they were removed, especially when their armory was cut into from the outside. Now, what if this Master Disciplinarian was working with the priests to root out this cult, that mass torture and execution Narcia read about? Perhaps the people who were executed were the members of the cult. The disciplinarian and co were attempting to root out a conspiracy and fortunately failed and were framed for it. Hard to say. I'll have to go through these logbooks in more detail. Perhaps if this encounter with the pirates goes well for us, I'll have the chance to read them in full, but for now I don't think we'll find anything of further value in this book anyway. It's stranger by the minute. Actually, wait, that's not true. Are there any further mentions of paranormal activity in the other logbooks?
Yes. there are accounts of, well, crewmen though they do not go into great detail, because even in an internal log, breaching the seal of the confessional would be an incredible sin, but there are accounts of voidsmen coming in to give confession, and slight mentions of what happened, especially when something particularly strange has been confessed, and has been so by multiple people, as the logbook notes with a triple underline. Any delusions of a beautiful woman in a yellow dress whose smile and laugh tempted them to abandon their posts.
Oh, that seems fine. No need to worry about
You little shit.
Again, these all come after that mass execution. Not one mention of this yellow-clad lady comes before that.
that. Interesting. Feels like something I should probably bring up with Mary herself next time we have a chat.
I mean, you have a data pad, you could, a data pad and a cloth, you could polish the screen of that to a mirror sheen.
Yeah, let me
get her here now.
Let me just do that while the rest of the party is right here in the room with me, in fact.
How many demons are you consorting with?
Yeah, I would like to meet this lady in yellow. I'm sure we have a lot of stuff to talk about.
I'm sure we will.
Your pants.
But no. Juno's lips will tighten for a moment. Interesting, but not particularly helpful. Not yet, anyway. His execution. What could cause? Alright. We know what unit was executed, and we know the date. Juno's gonna just lean up against the wall, tap her comm bead. Eloa, you have access to the ship's database, correct?
Sorry about that. I was leaning over. Provided Eloa doesn't need to spit a cock out of her mouth, she'll reply. She has access to everything. And has it all backed up. Well, all the data. Unless you guys have found more data, she has everything cataloged and backed up.
Good. Could you try and figure out what cargo the following deck crew were moving on this particular day? Juno will send the relevant information.
Alright, I'll ask Jeeves.
Sure.
Merzendi, would you like a tech use, logic, security?
I think in this case it would probably be tech use.
Difficulty, please.
-20.
Okay. And with my bonuses, that makes it.
Alright. It's surprisingly difficult to find. Largely because, well, no cargo unit with that designation has existed for a while. But digging back, you can uncover them. And checking. Yes. On that date, they were handling the ship's provisions and one item of cargo that is just marked with a star. A star for a special item.
So it's asterisk and just says special item.
Yes.
It appears to be provisions and something marked with an asterisk that says special item.
That date, I don't suppose that would correlate with when Eclectic's pod might have been moved aboard.
Do we even know that?
You could ask her.
Alright, I'll turn to Eclectic. Ask.
Affirmative. That is approximately correct. Your calendar is complicated, and as such, there may be a slight margin of error.
High degree of likelihood, Juno.
I see. Is there any way you can trace that special item? Any manifests for individual cargo bays or deck teams? Serial numbers?
Merzendi?
Where are you... When you say trace, are you trying to trace where it went to or where it came from?
Specifically where it went to, but if we can find out where it came from, that would also help.
Sure. Came from is actually relatively easy. It was transferred from a long-range supply ship that plies the commercial routes, and if a ship is running low on supplies and has paid up their contract, they can get access to additional stores from it. They especially make a killing in the luxury goods they're able to supply. It went... well, there's a slight issue with where it went because it is labelled as having gone missing.
When? Or at least in relation to when it came aboard.
that isn't marked. The date when it went missing isn't marked. The date where it was discovered missing is marked. And if Eloa transmits that, Juno, that is 3 days before the big funeral and excommunications.
I see.
So what do?
I trust your investigation is proceeding apace.
Yes, I think I am coming towards what might be ahead of this, but I don't like where this is leading me. Once we're done with the pirates, we should be able to make some real progress. For now, though, I think we should let this matter rest for a few days. Oh, say hi to Eclectic for me. Juno out.
Okie dokie. That Eloa will pass it on, I suppose.
Sure. You're looking depressed.
I am. Oh, you weren't there, but when we opened Eclectic's chest up to return her to operating capacity, there were 2 crystals inside her, one Eldar Soulstone and another that was broken, shattered, had been for some time. I think there was another entity inside that second crystal. A demon. Something that's now bound to this ship and has been since Eclectic came aboard. The source of all this corruption, insanity.
And you're sure it's not just still tied to her?
No, I don't believe so. I can see the taint warp, Marco. She is, for what she is, remarkably uncorrupted. Whatever was inside her escaped long ago. When her soulstone was in contact with its former prison, that seemed to paralyze her. I think they were being kept apart, but in the same vessel. Like 2 parts of a chemical compound, ready to be mixed, but not yet. Gods, are they going to feed that Eldari soul to the demon? No, I'm surely not.
See. one thing I would remind you, Savin.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your analysis of your analysis of the crystal lattice when you and Eloa were inside of her. The lattice was designed with the second crystal already being broken.
Hmm. I see. Still, though. Tap her chin. I don't know. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but one thing's for sure. This entity haunting our ship and eclectic our tide somehow. I don't think they're the same being. At least not entirely, not consciously.
If she were human, I'd be more inclined to trust you. And how certain are you could even detect corruption in an alien soul?
Juno just spreads her hands. I suppose that's a good question. I don't have any baseline to compare it to. I've seen corrupted human souls. Hers didn't look like that. Suppose it's possible instead of blackening, an Eldari soul might orangify.
Well, I assume you are still not going to let me kill her.
Well, it's not entirely up to me. I think Eloa would Gatling gun you to pieces if you tried, but I would prefer no one make a move on her at present. I don't believe, in my heart of hearts, that she is consciously responsible for what's happening to this ship. Maybe some unconscious psychic presence of hers, but no, the soul there has no malice towards us. If she did, I don't think she would have gone to the effort to spare those crewmen. Not when her life was at stake.
There is no such thing as innocence.
Only degrees of guilt, I know. And she has many to her name simply by the nature of her being. But, still, for Eloa's sake, if nothing else, we should tread lightly for now.
Fine.
For now, I think we're done here. Good work, everyone. I think we're close to cracking this case. Very close indeed. Just gonna tuck the legible logbooks under her arm and depart. Once she's a bit away, he's gonna calm Eloa again.
Are you an eclectic busy by chance?
I have no idea what the answer to that question is. Merzendi, are we busy? Because
That
there's
is entirely up to you as to what you are doing to or with her.
Well, I asked a while ago, but I got no response, so I kind of assumed that it was, for now, had mostly moved on to, I have to do repairs because we're in a flying rust bucket.
I suppose you were doing repairs.
Yeah, I did not see you actually ask anything.
Let me pull up the chat log. But, what did you need? Because
Sure.
it has been a while, I suppose by now I could have made time.
If possible, could you send Eclectic up to my quarters? I'd like to speak to her for a bit.
Alright. Is Amelie with you?
Juno glance over his shoulder at the rest of the group. Yes.
I'm away.
It just pops her head out from the ceiling.
Always watching.
Okay. Yes. We will get dressed and meet you anon.
There's a moment's pause. Get dressed?
Oh, you thought
Yeah.
I was joking.
Amelie was watching the entire thing.
What? You're
I'm quite certain you do not understand the amount of data I'd have to process.
She just kind of opens her mouth, closes it a couple times. Very well. I'll meet you shortly. Amelie, come along. So she's a shower, not a grower, eh?
I mean, she is a grower in the very literal sense.
Well, you know what I mean. Right. I'm gonna just grab that robot, buddy.
So, what, it's all of the girls have a foursome time now?
No, I'm gonna take Eclectic and I guess Amelie too back to quarters.
Okay, let's just, grab the robo booty. Wasn't sure how literal you were being.
No, I mean, unfortunately, Juno is kind of monogamous with Boggy otherwise. Also, no, I'd feel bad about stealing Stray's waifu.
I mean, also, monogamous with Augie and like all of the flails.
Listen, a flail is not a relationship. A flail is a communion with the Emperor.
How many battery operated boyfriends does Juno have?
Probably none, really. Doesn't have a battery-operated chain to beat herself with. Anyway.
Eloa will wave you all off and then go and then just, I guess, again, flying rust bucket.
Alright. Once we have taken possession of the robot, Juno will kind of grin at her and say, "So, you and Eloa are getting acquainted, I hear."
Indeed. she was interested in a hands-on examination of all of my body's capabilities.
I see. Well, that's good. Out of character. Haha, I'm not the monster fucker in this campaign. Yes, I win.
Oh my god.
Someone actually fucked an alien before me. Oh. I did
Yeah.
it, you guys. I showed
Yeah,
restraint.
sometimes you forget.
Wait, does this count as a Xenos? Yeah, it
Yes,
counts.
he's literally a Xeno.
And thanks to Eloa's assistance and potentially me having continued to be awake and bringing more systems online, I have discovered a greater level of capability than I knew of.
Fuck, it's gonna murder us.
And then she blinks, and her hair changes colour, and her eyes change colour, and her skin changes colour, and all of the little obvious mechanical parts just smooth over, and there's another Juno there.
Can Juno actually, tell that's happened?
No, but
Excellent.
Amelie can.
She just kind of waits.
Amelie knows.
Well, what is it?
Well, I have a greater level of control over my physical capabilities and advanced mimicry.
That voice sounds familiar.
I imagine it sounds different inside of your head.
Ah! Only does she look just like me now?
No, not at all. Completely different bust size.
And then it's not a different bus size. It's not a different anything size. She is... If it wasn't for the clothes and the blind and the, lack of eyes in the real Juno, you wouldn't be able to tell.
I'm gonna go over to shit. I don't see her token. I completely blinked on. Oh yeah, Electic. I was completely blanking on her name, and I was just like, "Oh, well, I'll find her token." Anyways, yeah, no, I'll go over to Electic and be like, don't worry, I can still tell the real Juno apart." Snippy got it.
No, I got it. I was just waiting for I was waiting for Beat and then Juno to talk.
Fair enough.
I didn't want to ruin the moment.
Well, that's interesting. You having a more human-seeming appearance will certainly make it easier to take you along with us as we go.
I presume you will wish me to develop one of my own rather than simply copying yours.
Yes, I don't think poor Juno here could take the idea of you having sex with her face.
Well, the idea never crossed my mind before, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. You are so welcome, Juno.
Juno says, having already been considering threesomes with Augie. Well, other than No, no. You should probably find one that speaks to you personally. Speaking of which, though, I did ask you up here for a reason, Eclectic. Your company, as ever, is delightful.
If there is a matter I can assist you in, I am entirely willing.
So, at this point, I should hope we are alone in, like, Juno's quarters.
Presumably, yes.
Alright, so Juno, take a seat on the side of the bed and say, does the name Mary mean anything to you?
Mm. It is a common human female name with particular significance in early human mythology.
But any significance to you personally?
Mm. Not to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, has there ever been a second soul inhabiting your frame alongside you?
Again, not to my knowledge. I have only ever been aware of myself.
Have you ever had contact with a demon?
In this case, I would ask you to elaborate on the meaning of contact.
Have you ever fought a demon or spoken to a demon? In any way,
Fought,
in its
yes.
presence. So you have fought.
In the days of weeping when they overtook the Eldar, I recall fighting one under the sigil of the Laughing God.
Out of character, the Laughing God is the Eldar one, right?
Yes.
Kagarach.
Right. So she was fighting for Kagarach. Okay.
Or possibly against. It is Gegorak. Boy plays both sides almost as hard as Zinch.
Fair. Have you ever made peaceful contact with a demon, spoken to one, dealt with one?
To my understanding of their nature, which is limited. I do not know if peaceful contact is possible. Struggle is part of the definition of their being.
Perhaps. I imagine you're curious where this line of questioning is going.
There are many things I am curious about. I have had contact with a demon that did not immediately result in violence.
No, do tell.
A hopping, dancing thing attempted to tempt me to I do not recall what it attempted to tempt me to do, but given that I am still alive, I presume I did not indulge in its temptations.
Did she hold anything back there?
She is quite perturbed at something. Sense no deception, but a great deal of annoyance and almost anger, but it's directed inwards.
You can't remember your bargaining or lack thereof with this thing. You saw the demon, yes?
Indeed. But it is not just that. I recall knowing a great deal about the anathema of life, and yet I cannot recall the information I know I should possess.
Juno's just gonna reach up to her servitor sitting in the corner there. Take its like blank book it uses to write shit out for. Set it down in front of Eclectic. If you saw this demon, could you give a rough sketch of what it might have looked like? This is important.
Sure. Rather than trying to describe, I will just grab a bit of art that I have handy and show you what it is she sketches.
Ah, yes. Hello, friendo.
A great, dark, tentacled thing with yellow eyes.
Aren't I supposed to kill that?
You probably are. You're supposed to kill every demon.
Juno takes a big, deep sigh. Well, shit.
It's going to live over there now.
She turns to Amelie and says, "That's Mary."
Oh, okay. Slowly putting away the sword.
This is literally a sketch of it in a book.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was I saw the token and expected, with all the shenanigans we've gotten up to.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mary just hopped out of the book and was like, "Hello, I'm here now."
After the last few sessions, I was just like, "What? What's that? A greater demon is just outside our ship now, or inside the ship? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's
Brain off. Time for violence.
Yep. Ook ook.
Alright. Yeah, Juno just rubs her temples. Shit, fuck, god damn it. Oh, now we know what Mary was talking about. Okay, eclectic. This demon is following the ship, has been for centuries, ever since your arrival on it. When the crew misplaced you, or, now I see more likely, hid you away, it caused the workers who did so to be tortured to death. Whether they understood what was happening or not, I imagine it's been looking for you ever since. Perhaps it found you in that brain pit. Or perhaps not, I don't know. There are still gaps in my understanding, but what I know is that there is a cult of the god the Eldar created here on this ship. This demon has claimed that it is bound to this ship, that some piece of it is locked here, unfindable, binding it eternally to the scorn. Whether that is you yourself, that it is bound to you, or that it's been hunting you, I don't know. Yes, I imagine it would very much like to claim that.
I recall little of what my kin told me, but I believe the purpose of this is to protect against such things.
Fortunately, I know little about Eldar soulstones, but if it is protecting you, then that only cements this demon's interest in the ship.
Let me just, her head hangs, and, let's see.
Pat on the back. Don't worry, we'll protect you, or find some way to resolve this. I promise, we won't let this thing get you.
Okay, so she failed willpower by 1 degree. You're going to need to roll charm with a -10.
Okay.
Oh god, I
You're
forgot how
lucky you started talking before I rolled her willpower.
69.
Wait, if you get a failure on a 69, does that just mean you automatically just break down and have an orgy? Pretty sure those are the rules.
No, it just means when she realizes we're going to throw out the airlock, she just stabs me right in the tit instead of the heart. Let's see. Alright. I mean, I have an artifact that gives me plus 30 charm. This seems like kind of a cop-out to have it, but whatever. I'll take it.
I don't think you can apply that on her.
I mean, that's fair. Could I get
an assist from Amelie, perhaps, or is it too late?
Probably too late.
Alternatively, can I use Charm with Influence? Shower her in gifts.
No.
Okay. Well, good luck, Juno. I really wish I had some fate points left. Thank you. Thank you, Juno. You never let me down when it actually matters. I love you. You
Alright.
giant charisma asshole.
So, to say, catch. Eclectic will turn her head up towards you. And she does, Amelie, you will see, her combat claws sliding back into her hand. I fear I made the presumption you were going to throw me to it.
Oh, Emperor, no, I would never sacrifice anyone to a demon. You have my word, Eclectic. I will do everything in my power to safeguard your soul against this thing. Be you human or alien, no one deserves that fate.
I thank you.
She's just gonna go in and give her a little hug.
I am uncertain why you are this way. It would make significant sense to throw me to it, but I am pleased that you are the way you are.
The Emperor put my silly little ray of sunshine ass here for a reason. We were meant to purge indiscriminately, then Eloa would be solely responsible for everything, but alas, I am here, and I will not let innocence come to harm so long as I draw breath. With any luck, there's some way to avoid having to fight a greater demon. That's the last thing we need on this cursed journey, but I will not let her hurt you.
She nods slightly. I will consult with Eloa about my uncertain memories.
Just don't tell her about the demon just yet. Or at least not that I know who and what it is. Like to try and find some way of resolving this without violence, and if Eloa and Narcia find out, there will be no other way.
I understand. I will measure my words.
I appreciate that. In the meantime, if you encounter a attractive woman in a yellow dress who doesn't seem to be a member of the crew, who goes by Mary, or Sister Mary, stay well away. That is the guise this demon uses.
I understand. I will ensure that the only beautiful women I trust are either in this room or the Majors.
Oh,
Oh, you're getting up.
group hug time.
Yeah. I think we can call it on that. So you have actually gotten the mystery, at least most of it.
Yay.
Still some bits, but now you know. Yeah, like you said, now you know why, what Mary meant.
Well, I'm afraid we cannot give Mary her little lamb back.
The plot thickens.
Let's do XP.
Yeah.
Did you explore a new and interesting location?
I'm not sure the armor. Well, I mean, we found a secret passage. That's pretty new and interesting, although didn't end up being particularly relevant.
Indeed. I mean, it helped unveil more information, but yes, by itself was not relevant. But I'll count it. Did you uncover a new truth about the conflict sector?
Yeah, we found what's binding Mary to this ship.
Sure. Did you develop a relationship with an important? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In both senses, actually. Did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
I mean, Juno willing to go to bat for an alien.
Yep. Also, again, Eloa having a relationship with an Eldar.
Yep.
Everyone
Reeves is
fucks
gonna
the Eldar.
fucking fire our asses. It's fine though.
Take-
We'll just get a job with Mirror. It's fine. It's fine.
Take
To be
that,
honest-
40k writers.
Yeah.
To be honest, none of this can surpass the heresy of us not just immediately exterminating every problem we meet.
Alright, and since you very definitely advanced your investigation, there's 250 experience.
I mean, we can't get any more, but I would say Eloa fucking an alien is the sacrifice. Great way to. That's just a sacrifice.
Oh,
You
woe
know
is
what,
you.
actually, hey Eloa, how many fate points do you have?
4.
Okay, you get a temp one. I'm not going to give you a full one just yet, but... Yeah.
That's fine. I don't know where I'd put that. You know what? I'll just put it at current 5, but my threshold is 4.
Okie dokie.
Temp fate for breaking the mystery.
Yes, you can as well.
Alright, guys. Someday I will climb my way back up from 2 fate points. Someday.
Yeah, I mean, if you somehow manage to negotiate a peaceful settlement between the greater demon and the Eldar, I'll give you a real one. just good luck with that, though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's not particularly likely. But hey, Juno does as Juno does.
Indeed.
Hitch. Alright. If you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for 70. Till then, take care.